This is a test. This station is conducting a test of the broadcasting system. This is only a test. The broadcasters of your area have developed this system to keep you informed. This is only a test.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Welcome to the SoulSplit stream. We are Shadowvale Society, and we are currently working on our first game. Um, welcome in, welcome in. How's everyone doing? Dare, how are you doing? What have you been working on lately?
Yeah, pretty good. I think since last time we changed the card backs to the gravestones now.
That is true, yeah.
Yeah, and that's really it from mine, I think. And this armory thing is coming together, so you can create your deck. I had some help from my brother on this one actually.
Nice, okay.
The armory bit.
Um, let's see. So, okay. I was adjusting some levels, because it looked like things were spiking a little bit crazy. So chat, if you have any suggestions or opinions, if the music's too loud, if either of us are too loud or too quiet, let us know, and we're happy to fix it. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. So let's share screen here. To see what we've been working on. Um, I'm So last night, I know I didn't do any. I hadn't streamed the past couple days. I've been doing a lot of annoying other things, and would much rather be doing this and be be here, drawing all of this cool stuff. But something I have been working on off stream the past day or two. Um, I'm currently setting up a way to try and streamline a lot of this process as much as possible. Where you're new here, maybe this is the first time you're hearing this, and if you're returning, this is nothing new, but I've said it in the past, and I will say this a million times over the next over the duration of working on this, but um we're going to be jumping around a lot. And when I say we, I mostly mean me. And I'm sure Dare same kind of goes for you. I don't know. How does your general workflow look? Do you tend to work pretty linear just in general, or are you kind of like me where I'll get started on something and then I might realize that I there might be when I sit down and finally start to work on something, it won't be until that moment when I might stream or, whatever it might be, if I'm just sitting at home working on something, and I'll tell myself, okay, here's today's plan. I'm going to be working on this, this, and this. And then I'll sit down and I'll start to work on it. And I'm very much a physical thinker, I guess. Like, I have to think out loud, and like it's not until I'm like sitting at my desk, I have a Photoshop file open, and I start like sketching things, that then my brain really starts to kick in gear and like assemble uh a million other things of why I might not be in the best place to work on the thing that I thought I was sitting down to work on at any given day. Um like the other day, on our last stream on Friday, I that's kind of what in real time what we were seeing, right? Is where I'm like, hey, today I'm working on maps and I want to this is the plan for the day. This is something that I know is gonna add a lot to our game to make it feel uh like a game. I mean, it definitely works now and it serves the purpose at this stage. Again, incredibly early on. I think. Um, but something I know that like will make a pretty significant difference, at least from like a visual standpoint, to make it feel a little bit more whatever, more our own, I guess. And then I go to sit down and I'm like, okay, let me like start trying a few things. Maybe I like start sketching a little bit and whatever, but then trying to figure out some initial problems that I knew that I had already been thinking about, or like tossing around, just regarding, okay, well, how is this going to look for layout, or um depending on the orientation or the aspect ratio that we want to be working in, that's gonna uh definitely affect a lot of these choices and a lot of these decisions. um but then, it wasn't until I really sat down and started to think about all of these other things that I kind of get to that point of, the conversation you and I had, where it's like, well, now that I'm like back in it, I'm referencing like some of our early kind of like sketch documents of uh some of our very first like world building notes and stuff like that. Very initial passes on these things. That then I kind of hit that point of like, well, we still have a lot of unknowns that we haven't gotten around to yet, or haven't specifically addressed or anything um quite like that, to where I don't know that, at that time there's a million other things that I could be working on that would be a way better use of my time in that moment. um so if you're returning and you see, hey, now we're working on something completely different, what happened? Why, I thought we were gonna see some cool maps get drawn. We will. But I'm gonna switch gears for a little bit, um until we get a lot of these other components nailed down, and there's a lot that we can be working on before we get to this. So I think I'm gonna be, for the next little while at least, working on cards. Card designs for weapons, items, spells, scrolls, you name it. Um so something I've been doing off stream the past, again, like day or two. Um I want I know that I want to make, in theory, we're going to be making a lot of cards. Um Again, all of the fun things that I just mentioned, weapons, spells, armor, all kinds of that stuff. Um and I can what my plan is now. Um, I'm trying to get something going on my iPad here to bounce over to my desktop. Um, that's why I'm stumbling a little bit here. But I have been setting up in Photoshop a perspective grid template uh to help keep all of our various assets all looking and feeling like they belong within the same space. Um and then I'm just going to make like uh I'll show you in just a moment here. Essentially making a reusable template for not only the perspective but each one of our various weapon types or um whatever it may be, items, whatever, that again will be something that's not very exciting to show on stream, setting up perspective rulers. uh, so I have been working on that, and I'll show you what I'm talking about in just a second here. Um, yeah, so that's what I've been kind of going through these past couple days. There, have you been working on anything? Or I know we had you and I had been talking off stream and talking about a lot of this world building and all of this stuff, but has there been anything that you've been specifically working on? And again, I would, I know that turned into like a very long-winded ramble, but I would love to hear what your workflow tends to look like. Do you work in a linear manner for the most part, from like, okay, I know point A is where I'm starting and I'm going to work top down? Or do you kind of, does it help in your line of work to kind of like bounce around and hit different areas at various stages at the same time?
Y- Yeah, if I'm left uninterrupted, I basically go down one of the two extremes. So this page here, where like even just this view of the card that's slightly 3D and it has some surrounding stuff, like description and stats and so forth. If I was left uninterrupted, there's a chance I could just spend weeks working on this page, on this screen, making it
Yeah.
perfect, making everything look exactly how I want it to look, and then make the code laid out exactly how I want the code to be laid, and so forth. I try my best not to do that almost ever, almost unless I absolutely have to, unless like it's the one thing that matters right now, really, in like across the whole project, maybe even across all projects I'm working on, like in life. So I tend not to go down that extreme as often as the other extreme, which is like I just bounce around everything until it's I don't hate it. Like the bare minimums, the 3% into the journey I want to go on, and then I move on before I have a chance to get caught up in it.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. So I
How do you
leave a lot
think
of loose ends.
your, so I know you said like, you know, if you had your own if it's up to you, you kind of like to work one way. Um how do you think for this project you're gonna approach it? Like you just said, like uh maybe bounce around a little bit, or are
Yeah. So
you
like really, at this stage, I want to be bouncing around tons. I want it to be fun, right? So I mean, we could do a. We should probably start doing walkthroughs more often, or like playthroughs. So if I reboot the game, so that I get a fresh view, kind of talk you through where my thoughts currently are.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, so the game loads up. So here we go. So all I did was boot the game, but really there's like 15 things already that I could fall down a rabbit hole in. So the window doesn't spawn in the the window doesn't spawn in the correct place. I want it to really, in an ideal world, it should remember where you put it and what you had it set as. So if you put it in full screen, it should stay like that. If you put it full vertical like this, it should stay like that. I tend to, while streaming, do this half screen split where I spread it to here. If I close and reopen this should open in the same place, but I haven't told it to do that yet, so it won't. Then we land on this play screen. This background is out of date. In fact, it probably could do now with just not having a background. So, I'm off on a tangent already, but let's do it.
No,
I
think it's interesting.
So I'll get rid of this.
I mean, like you said too, like
background.
this is this one thing that, okay, how does this respond when we first boot it up? Like exactly like you were just saying, there's a whole rabbit hole that you can dive down and fall into, and with just this one thing of, oh, this is
Yep.
some behavior that I wanted to have or something I wish it was doing, but it just hasn't had the
Yeah. So the background,
opportunity
I'm
to
gonna make it.
be hit like that.
I'll
Yeah.
make it red. Which is worse than the color.
I mean, we
Which
could if it. I know
intentionally
it's like
bad. Let's say.
it was designed for a different thing, but if we wanted to use just like the dungeon door backdrop,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So
I know it might be a different aspect ratio though, but
yeah.
we can
So
always go back
well,
and
yeah. So we've had conversations around this, but one thing that's quite
the
tricky.
tiling thing, right?
Yeah. But the one thing that's quite tricky with games is that we don't really have an aspect ratio.
Right.
We'll never have one, right? If you're a PC player, you expect the game to work in this half windowed fashion, and you probably expect it to work like this as well, and like
Right.
this, and like full screen. You expect it to work through all the things. Most games don't support every resolution; they just have a set that they support. But it has to be different aspect ratios because people's screens are ultra wide and then normal wide, and some people have square monitors as well. So we'll never have. Yeah, we'll at some point have to decide a list of ratios we support, which
Right.
will there's probably a list somewhere that's all monitor resolutions worth supporting. In fact, I bet I can Google that. Look, monitor resolutions my game should support. Nope, not doing that. Common game resolutions. Here we go. Awful. Okay, yeah. So this is there's probably a list like this somewhere that isn't posted by Lemon with a 1-star rating. That is more extensive than this. That gives us the idea. So we probably have to support these things, which means we have to do almost square, and then more typical widescreen ones as well.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of fine, but it means that the all background images will have a certain clipping that we have to accept.
Right.
Anyway, sorry. So I'll carry on with the workflow. So we land on this page. This page would be your main menu normally. And what a main menu normally implies is that, you have the play button, but normally you have continue game, new game, settings, and then occasionally you have a few other options. And one of them might be exit to desktop. One of them might be follow us on socials, and you click that and it boots your browser up or whatever.
Right.
In a perfect world, I'd have all of those. For a very long time, I don't care about any of those. So instead, we have main menu, which looks like this. We have dev menu, which looks like this, which basically has all the little things I've built that I want access to, but aren't really part of the game. So I built this feature earlier, which has been pretty useful at times. I'm trying to find the window. Do I have the game open twice? No. Okay. So here, hopefully it still works. Okay. I already boffed it. Oh, let me kill this thing and bring it back up. That's been on my to-do list as well. Is the game is very brittle, and we kind of expect it to be some amount of brittle. But if you click the wrong thing, you have to reboot the game.
Right.
Less now than you used to, but it's very annoying. Okay, anyway, sorry. So if I go into dev menu and I bring this thing up, you can sim 1,000 fights, and it gives you the stats on those fights. If I sim a fight, okay, it's actually I'm just getting 0. But in theory, what's supposed to happen is it's meant to take the deck I have and run it against a bunch of enemies and see how well I perform.
Okay.
I don't have this to test my deck as much as I have it to test how strong cards are. What I want to know is if I give myself this new card, does it make me unstoppable? Like, are some cards broken? How strong are certain effects and so forth? So these things are useful for that. Clear data is useful for clearing your data. You're familiar with this button because every time I send you a build, it breaks your save file, which is normal at this point.
Yeah, of course.
Cool. So you go to play, and it's supposed to take you here first. If I didn't have a save, it would take me here. Get this out of the way. We don't need this. Okay, so it takes me here. Now, everything I've just complained about doesn't actually matter. It's like small fish. Yeah, so Evident are asked in chat if a person could use the cards better than the Sims, and that's definitely true. So the really what I want to know is like with a reasonably good AI, which is basically just let me use cards which are good and not good in this situation, just good in general.
Right.
There's some logic. There's some logic to it. I can probably dig out, but I can tell you how the AI works like very quickly. Do I have a blacksmith? Yeah, perfect. Annoyingly, these are grayed out, and I don't have a dagger. In fact, does it let me craft a dagger anyway? Just check quickly. It does not. Okay, bandage is fine though. So armory. Where's bandage? Okay, I have a bandage, but I can't see the bandage. That is kind of strange. Oh, I have 0, but I can craft one. Okay, great. Oh, the game's working, and I'm confused by that. How
It's always
funny.
nice when it does what it's supposed to.
Yeah, although it didn't add that to my used a resource. Anyway, you can see them here. Some of them. So some of these cards have more than one effect. So Divine Blade down the bottom here is a little bit grayed out. It's got 3 attack and 1 something else. And the color scheme is obviously not good here because I don't remember what red is. Maybe healing. Probably healing. Anyway, Divine Blade does 4 things. It does 3 damage and 1 other thing. And Claymore does 4 as well. So basically all the AI does at the moment, it just says, does this card do a lot of things? In which case I'll use it. So it just uses this assumption that all effects are equal, which they're not. But for now it'll allow me to work out if I add an effect or a card that's broken. And then as we go further down the road of building the game, really we want it so the players, as in to start with me and you, we can play the game and see if things are strong or weak. And then when other people play it, they'll immediately form opinions about effects that are strong and not strong. And we can look at like stats of real players to see if that's accurate or not. The balance story comes to mind when I think about things like Sims versus real gameplay. Is I heard this story told in the context of Halo 2, but I don't know if it was actually a different game. But basically, there was a shooter that everybody played, and everybody complained that the shotgun was too weak. And the developers heard that the shotgun was too weak, and they disagreed because they thought their game was perfectly balanced. So they tested a theory, and all the players say the shotgun's too weak. So they decide they make the shotgun louder. So they just edit the sound file and they amp the volume up, and then they rebuild the game and they push the update out like that. And the strangest thing happened. So one, the complaints went away that the shotgun was too weak.
Of course, yeah.
That's fine. That's good. That's what they wanted to do. But what is it was SMGs in COD evidence
Oh,
says.
okay.
But the stranger thing about it is that the win rate for the weapon went up.
Yeah.
So you can pretend that, or you can say that a weapon is good or a thing is good, but if people don't use it and people don't believe it's good, they will play differently.
Yeah.
So in a shooter, you just believing that your guns are stronger probably makes you play more aggressively, which probably makes you win more.
Yeah.
So balancing is in games is a very more of an art than a science, I think.
Yeah, I think so
Anyway, I
too.
rambled. I went on a tangent.
No, hey, that
But the
I think it's interesting. Um and it is, I feel like you do hear about that where it you there's got to be uh, so many other instances of that happening where you do it one way and it's like everyone hops online, hops on Reddit and sweats into their keyboard just enough for it to come across that, like, oh, something's unbalanced or doesn't work, and they're all mad about it because they keep getting like absolutely uh destroyed by one thing or another. And then you, as the developer, change really nothing about it, like how it uh actually mechanically functions, and then everyone's like, it's so much better now, it's perfect, like I can't believe we we ever used the original version of this, and it's just the same thing.
I saw a tweet earlier that basically said what you just said, which is from this guy. This guy's making a game which I think would be pretty popular. Anyway, but he said, pro tip: if you're making a competitive multiplayer game, take some random, boring technical aspect of your server architecture and give it a fancy name like Hyperstrafe, and then the player base will blame every single netcode problem they encounter on that specifically. And this is so true. This is just like people. There was like a huge thing about Counter-Strike, and all the players just complain that when it breaks, it's because of this one feature. But it's not
Yeah.
really a feature. It's just like how they build the servers. The players actually have no idea. Sorry. So just to quickly finish the walkthrough. So everything that we've seen before this is actually irrelevant. You hit play and you're then playing the game. And really my focus, right, and the reason I'm okay with hopping around is I want you to be able to go to world, then go to a dungeon,
Mm-hmm.
fight through the dungeon. I want this combat to feel fun to play, which right now it doesn't. That's probably the biggest problem we have in our like front and center right now. So you play this, it shouldn't let you cheat like it does right now. You should fight your way through. Is it going to let me? Did I build I've built a deck so bad that it doesn't
It just
win.
it's useless, it doesn't
Yeah,
do anything.
it's garbage. Is it? Oh, I will kill him eventually, apparently. So that's something. Salve, sure. Oh, I'm dead. I'm already like way dead. I'm on -6 HP. You
That's
should
another
probably
thing
lose games
too, that
sometime.
yeah,
Yeah,
which
losing would be
I
cool.
thought we
Okay.
had. Oh, maybe so. I know we did it the other way, right? To where, like, if
Yeah,
you kill
you can
them,
win now.
you get that window or like that screen that's like, oh hey, you did it, they're dead, and here's your drop, like here's your loot.
Yeah,
We
so you
just
win
haven't
now,
done
but
it
you
the
just
other
never
way.
lose.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Hey, I mean,
exactly.
that's a pretty good game right there. Maybe that's a key selling point. You always win,
I
and
mean,
you can never lose, no matter what you try, no matter what happens.
for me, all games are like that. So
Yeah, I'm just that good.
uh, yeah. That's just anyway. So I fought the guy. I'm gonna. The combat should be fun. I should defeat the guy, and then oh my god, so annoying. I forgot that I built a monumentally awful deck. Oh yeah, even the first boss is unkillable with this deck. Whoops. So I fight the guy. I should get some loot. I should end up back in the town. I go to the armory. Nope. I go to the blacksmith. Well, if it confuses me, I don't imagine it'll confuse the players. And then I should build cards. So here's shield. Craft the shield with the goblin bone. that should actually craft a shield, which was working the other day. So I don't know what it's doing now. Okay, it did work the second time. I don't have a shield, so technically it didn't work. Anyway, and then I should be able to put things into my deck. This deck building works so well now. Thank you, Rydog. There you go. Build my lovely deck. This deck is now better than it was, which was awful. And then I should be able to go back to the world, fight a different boss, and that's the game loop, and that should be fun. And when you play it and I play it, we should have some semblance of fun.
Yeah.
And for me to bounce around is like there's tons of stuff missing. Right now, what's screaming at me to improve is the. Can I make a separate to-do list? I guess not. What's screaming at me right now to do is make the combats more fun. So
Look, you need to get a whiteboard too.
August.
That's what I did.
I know.
I look like a crazed detective, like stringing the red yarn together, trying to trying to figure out what problem I need to address at any given time. And
Oh,
that's me. Yeah, exactly.
This is you, huh?
Yeah. That's where I've been living with my whiteboard the past couple weeks, and I'm having a good time with it. It has helped a great deal. Because I told you before this, my go-to method has been sticky notes, and then like everything I own is covered in sticky notes, and it's a lot. And then I lose the one that I'm trying to find, or the one that actually uh has anything to do with the stuff I actually needed to remember, and then instead it'll just be like a sticky note doodle that's like, why is this here? Why do I have this? What am I doing with it?
Yeah, I've got a really advanced technique for like making lists and
Oh yeah.
like doing things, which is that when I decide something needs to be done, I write it down. Then I do other things, and then I never check the list. So
Yeah.
there is a list of things I should do. Then there's the things I actually do, and the
Of
two
course, yeah.
almost never meet. And then occasionally I'll read the list and go, "Oh, I did some of
Oh
these," and feel
yeah.
great about it.
Either that, or
And then I also think, "Oh
then
yeah,
it's like, oh, I was supposed to actually do some of that stuff, and I completely have been avoiding that. That's what I do.
yeah." So two weeks ago, I wrote on a list, "You can't lose." I haven't read that until now, and I'm like, "Oh,
Until 2 weeks
that's a
later,
good
when you're
point."
like, oh yeah, I guess it's not fun to just be winning all the time, which sounds weird, why? I think that sounds like a pretty good pretty good idea. You
Yeah,
cannot lose our game. That's a
yeah,
big selling point.
yeah. Rydog mentioned earlier when we were talking about things that break games that you can make it popular. So tribes ascend. Have you ever played Tribes Ascend?
No.
Have you played any Tribes games? No. So it's an FPS where you
Okay.
like slide around at max speed 9 or something.
Okay.
And yeah, hills and slopes make you faster, and you're airborne most of the time. So you're just sliding around. Yeah, that came from a glitch or exploit.
I feel like
There's
the
other
best
examples of
things
this.
too, really, right?
Yeah, so Grand Theft Auto was originally a street racing game, but they accidentally made the police too aggressive. In the street racing games, they just ram you and run you
It was
over and
too
stuff.
lifelike. People aren't gonna like it.
So yeah,
And
so
then they're
then
like, wait,
they
actually, people
pivot,
do like this.
yeah,
Let's
they
lean into
pivoted and were
this.
like, no, yeah, it's a Grand Theft Auto. It's a game about stealing cars.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so there's
Yeah.
lots of games that come from stuff like that. You'd like find the fun while you're attempting to build some other kind of game.
Something that works. Yeah.
Lean in. If this combat had a new layout, I think the other thing that's needed to make it fun is like clarity around what happens.
Yeah.
Um,
And what can we do? Or like, what is is that just like animation type stuff? Like, oh, the cards move, and then there's like an impact when you strike the enemy with this or whatever. Is it stuff like that?
Yeah, I think
Or
so.
is
Yeah.
it even just like, oh yeah, you can lose, and you see that you're taking damage or whatever? Because I think that, like, okay, so let's for me then, as someone that doesn't know anything about what the magic that you do at your desk, I think, and maybe this is like, oh, obviously, or like this is the big thing, but it's just a pain in the ass, and I don't want to deal with it. So I've been avoiding it because, hey, me too, I get that. Um, but I would say, like, okay, the most important thing, obviously, it's like, oh, well, you can lose, and that that is what makes this game function and operate or whatever. When you get to 0 HP, and then you're like, oh, I'm dead now. Then the game gives you some kind of screen. And obviously, like, all
Yeah.
of those designs for all of that stuff will come around
No,
later.
that's actually quite easy to do. What do you think should happen when you lose? So, I'm in the goblin cave.
Yeah.
I'm going to fight this goblin. Let me just end my turn loads. Okay, there we go. I'm on 0 HP. So, in theory, in fact, before I even press enter, and I've hit 0, I should die now. When I lose, I assume it takes you back to the town, but in the middle, it should probably say you lost, bro.
Yeah, you
Like
should definitely
you were
get like
defeated.
a maybe not game over type screen, because again, like, if we want to reinforce that, like, looping uh like key element of the game, um I feel like having it be worded in a way that's like, oh, game over or whatever, like, oh, I lost, okay. And maybe not, but I don't know. Uh, like, okay, look at like the Souls games where it's just like, you died. Like, oh shit, yeah, you're right. I guess I did. And then you just immediately, okay, you have those options. Do I start at, you know, this thing or this other thing? Maybe it could be something like that. Where do you want to go now from here? Do you want to go back to town to, like, refine your deck, make new cards, readjust your strategy, or do you just want to try again and start this dungeon over? I mean, maybe we could just have it be like, okay, now from here, like, hey, you've lost, you've died, whatever. You fainted, like in Pokemon, where it's like, oh, we're gonna make it a little bit softer and whatever, where you know you pass out and then you wake up in the Pokemon Center or whatever that would be for this. Like, um, do we want? Man, that I feel like that opens up so many other questions now of like, okay, well,
Yeah.
you could include like a whole, like, doctor kind of uh you like respawn at the morgue and have to like give them some kind of resource or whatever, to be like, oh yeah, hey, you died, or maybe it's like, you died, I'm taking 5 gold from you, or something like that. um like in Stardew Valley, where it's like, oh yeah, you passed out from like exhaustion, and now you're the homeless man has taken all of your money and you've returned to your bed. um or again, it could be something as simple as, hey, you lose, where do you want to go to? Option 1, the town, or option 2, like, the world, like, dungeon map. um and
I
then
think it's
they can choose, hey, I want to retry that same one, or I want to try a different one, or whatever.
yeah, I think it tells you you lose and you get sent to town.
Yeah.
because the world town transition is going to be like non-existent, right? It's like a false choice to get told which one do you want to go to.
Yeah. I think that's
Like you don't,
the
it makes no difference, right? You can just zoom between them. There's no
yeah.
like traveling or um. Okay, I'm gonna make it do that. I think. That's the
Um I'm waiting for Photoshop to open right now to show this thing that I've set up, and um
what's what's the book on your screen?
so I this is kind of going if I can ever get Photoshop to open, which it should be now, I'll show you. So a lot of my earliest like planning and just getting started process, for a lot of it is like doing research and development and exploration of just, hey, what are the core things that I need, um and then trying to, navigate from here or whatever. um and a lot of what I've come to in this we live in this like weird time where Pinterest has kind of turned into, gone the way of everything else, where it is all just like AI slop. Um,
Mm-hmm.
sorry, I'm talking to Scully. So there's, this place that used to be like the go-to place for a lot of people, a lot of illustrators for photo reference and, whatever. Um, and again, for like a quick fix of like, oh hey, well, the Google like image search is also not too great anymore, and uh for quite some time Pinterest was kind of our way to go, um for a lot of us, for just like finding quick photo reference for any project. um Now over the past couple of years I've kind of transitioned to working a lot with 3D models as like what typically would serve as traditional like photo reference. Um and I like it because the one thing that I use is Sketchfab. If anyone out there has used this or heard of this before or knows what I'm talking about, this is what it is. It's kind of just like ArtStation almost, but for like 3D assets, essentially. The like main function of it is, if you are a 3D artist, a 3D modeler, you can create assets and then upload them to your profile, and they can either be you can do whatever you want with it from that point. It might just act as like a portfolio space, but then uh you can also like sell these assets under like different licenses and, all that stuff. Um but for photo reference, it can be incredible. So just in browser, without having to even like download any, 3D assets or anything, it works kind of similarly to, again, a few years before this. Um a lot of people were doing something similar with like SketchUp and whatever their it was called like 3D Warehouse or something like that, was like their online hub for 3D assets. Um it works very similarly to how you would use that, where just on the front page or whatever, if I need to draw a car for, a comic or a storyboard or something, if I need to get it at like a hyper specific angle, it's going to be hard to get that photo reference, and um anything you can do to like make your process as streamlined or as quick as possible is kind of better. Um, so again, I can like pull up the exact model that somebody has modeled previously, or even something close to what I might be looking for. And you can just open it up again, all in browser. You can completely move it around, flip it, rotate it, zoom in and out, move your camera, um, to get, you know, a very accurate uh reference for whatever it is you might need. Um and yeah, it is very useful. It's something I do a lot in my work. Um Even as a background designer, if you're like coming or like approaching a problem of just wanting to like move around within a space to like get an idea for interesting compositions or shots that might be, more dynamic than others. It can be extremely helpful just to like get into like a space and move around within it, um to do your planning. So like, if you have like this big interior kind of scene or whatever of this like storehouse or warehouse or whatever, like I can move around, I can like, change my camera angle, um and have it be like whatever you need it to be. And then all you have to do is take a screenshot and there's your photo reference. um so that's what this
Very
book
cool.
is. um I'm So something I did again off stream the past couple days. um I started a new Photoshop file, and I use this really amazing plugin for Photoshop called Lazy Nizumi. And you have to it's like a paid plugin. I can't remember exactly. I can never remember how much it is. It's nothing crazy. And it's like a one-time license fee, like a lifetime license, which is great. And it is one insanely powerful tool. Oh man, you can't see it right now. Oh wait, there it is. Okay, cool. It looks like this. It's just this little like hovering, like floating window that works with Photoshop, and it has perspective rulers of any kind that you could ever possibly need. Um, for like setting up really complex shots. Um, There's even like an eclipse or an ellipse ruler in here, um, and literally like anything that you can think of. The nice thing is, or if that wasn't if that wasn't enough, a an additional really great feature is you can set up your own rulers and save it as a preset within this plugin. So something I did was, um let's open this browser again real quick. Uh, this is kind of how my workflow looks pretty often. Um, for regardless of whatever project I'm on. So okay, I go and I look up different swords, and I'm not looking for anything fancy. I'm not looking for, again, I'm looking for perspective reference more than anything. Um, when I'm using these models, that's not what I wanted. Um, Hold on. Okay. So I'll go and look up like a sword or like a two-handed sword, a one-handed sword, like whatever it is I'm looking for. And again, looking for something generic because I'm not really looking for design reference at this stage. Like it's more like, okay, I can rotate this around. What makes for like an interesting perspective for how we want to, visualize these elements on our cards. Um,
Yeah.
so moving it around, trying to find whatever that may be, taking a screenshot, throwing it in Photoshop, rotating it, editing it to be like, okay, this is kind of what I want. And then using my handy dandy perspective ruler, I can set up like a new ruler that I can use and kind of implement for not just this sword, but for every sword that we design. And all it is just like a perspective ruler preset that, like, okay, well, now I can just, I have this turned off. I don't need this really anymore. But I know, okay, this is like the perspective that I want this like absolutely massive like two-handed weapon to be in. And I can start drawing and
Yeah.
sketching and planning and all of that good stuff. And all of these weapons and items will be in the same perspective. So they'll all kind of look like they're, you know, in the same general, uh, like plane of existence. Um, yeah, so that's kind of what I've been working on. I think how I want to do it and how I'm thinking of approaching it. Um, coming back to, hey, what is that book that we're looking at? Um, I was thinking that, since the possibilities are endless for this, um, I can set up like, okay, here's the ruler or like the perspective that we want to use for any of our weapons. So, our swords, our hammers, our axes, whatever our like, you know, weapon things might be. And then I could, if I wanted to, set up a different grid for like, here's the kind of formula that like any of our tomes or scrolls or any of our armor pieces, like here's the template that each of these categories would kind of follow. So, whether it's a leather armor plate for your chest or, it's the dragon scale like breastplate or whatever, uh
Mm.
it'll still from item to item kind of feel like uh the same general layout and keeping things consistent. Um so yeah, I've been again like the past couple days going through gathering some interesting just kind of simple photo reference to be like, okay, how do I want to do this? Do I want to keep everything like in the same perspective? And I could go back and like retake a screenshot of this same book. Um but I already have this grid kind of set up that if I wanted to, I could have, everything kind of fall into the same general perspective. Um how many times can I say perspective in one sentence is the new game that we're playing on this week's Soul Split stream.
It's a matter of perspective, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. So, okay, even though I have okay, that was like the screenshot I took just to be like, "Oh, this is kind of like an interesting angle to see our book at." If I wanted to and I wanted it to adhere to the same rules as, our weapons the weapons grid that I just set up, I could have it like this to where like, yeah, this is our book and it follows the same, exact kind of plan as everything else. Or I could, get rid of that and say, well, I actually think this is maybe a little bit more interesting to look at for our books. Um, but looking at it now, I don't think that's true. I don't particularly uh like that shot, so I'm gonna go back and do it again. Maybe I saved it, maybe I didn't. But that's okay. It'll be easy to find again. because all I searched was tome, and then I literally, I think, is that the one that I used? If not, it was like one of the first ones. Oh, it's the one right next. So yeah, if I wanted to say, like, we're building a game in like Unreal Engine or something like that, something like a 3D program, I could go and just download this 3D asset and it could be in our game, under whatever license they're selling it for. Um
Hmm.
but I'm not using it for that. If you're out there, uh either in our stream now or if you're watching us somewhere else at a different time, and if you use this for getting 3D assets, do you like it? How does it work? Um when approaching it from that angle, like, does it do what you need it to do? Do you enjoy it, or is it trash? I mean, again, from my the way I use it, it seems like it's pretty cool because it seems like you get to set your own prices and stuff, like as an artist, and it kind of seems to work like almost like an Etsy shop, but just for selling 3D models that you've made. But who knows? Maybe they're on some Spotify shit where they give you like fractions of a penny per sale that you make. Uh, and that wouldn't be the first time that we've heard of that from some kind of whatever.
We I we need two string counters. We need a string counter for the amount of time since Dare has brought up a Marvel Snap screenshot, and then we need a timer for how long you can talk for before you complain about capitalism.
Oh, it's the counter would just be like going just a endless. It would be off the charts easily. Uh, yeah. I mean, hey, it sure is something though. Uh, and hey, I didn't ask to be living in this society, okay? No
I
one
didn't
asked my
ask to be
opinion.
born.
Exactly. I'm just forced to deal with it.
Yeah, I suppose that's fair.
Can't argue with that.
Yeah, no, you can't argue with that.
Okay. I know that looks almost identical, but I promise it. Um, for anyone that's like, dog, you just took the same screenshot that you had and said it was something different. It is different, I promise. We're seeing the top of the book a little bit more. So it's rotated, like, you know?
Yeah, promise
Um
all you like, you can't change the fact.
So okay, now my plan for this is, kind of go through our basic items and what have you, um and create these different templates for each individual thing. um Again, this will be a way to just, might not be the most exciting thing to look at this moment. And hey, maybe it is, what do I know? Because this little plugin is an absolute game changer. I recommend it to all of my students. And hey, I'm not like, this isn't some kind of paid endorsement by any means. Like, this is just a plugin that was made by another artist that sells it like on like his Gumroad or something like that. Uh Actually, I could be extremely wrong about that. There is another perspective plugin that is the thing that I just said. It is not this one. I do think this one is like a bigger thing, because like I know like a lot of studios use this. Like Disney uses this. Like Crytek uses it. If we're getting into like the games space, I only know this because it's like they post about it on their website. Like, oh hey, we're used by some big industry clients, kind of thing. Um, but rightfully so. It's again, it's pretty inexpensive. It's like not anything crazy for a one-time license fee, and then like it genuinely changes like everything about your workflow in such a nice way. I can't recommend it enough. That's my little rant on how good Lace Izumi is for the day. um it is very good. Cool. So now all you do is like, so if you're sitting there wondering like what is this guy doing, how it works is, and again, like I don't know that this is particularly interesting, but for anyone that might be wondering, if you hold down control on your keyboard, you can see these little nodes for each one of the uh vanishing line rulers that I'm adjusting and editing. And if you click on, one of the nodes, it'll pop up and say VP3, so vanishing point 3 set up. If I click it, then I get two more lines that are all uh you can see way down here, way off of our campus, way off of our campus. This is where this specific vanishing point 3, this is where that vanishing point would be on our horizon line. It's way below. It's this like pretty subtle 3-point perspective thing that I set up. Like it's not, I mean it this is like falling into 3-point perspective, which is that necessary for what we're doing? I don't know, but it looks cool. So why not? And it again, it's not going to be anything too crazy. And then, you would just go through again, hold control and edit each vanishing point that you want. You can have up to 6 different vanishing points. And this is just in this one ruler mode that I'm in. But now that I've edited this to be um something I think is potentially interesting at the moment for all of our tome designs. Um Now I can save this, save as, because if we save it, it will overwrite this preset. But if we save as, it'll create a new one, obviously, like anything else. Um, and now, so the last one I just named Shadowvale Society weapon card, just so I know what it is. I'm gonna change this now to just say home. Um, and then anytime I want to make like a new home card, uh, all I have to do is go into my list of rulers, select the SVS tome card, and right away it's set up and ready to draw in this perspective. Um, this thing does a lot of cool things too. So if I wanted to be like drawing and doing all of my line art in Photoshop, um, this this comes so in handy because it has its own like smoothing um function within it. So like, if you're not a fan of the smoothing feature in Photoshop, you can just do everything all within this plugin. And you would do so under accuracy. Um, so if I have the accuracy set to 1, that's 100%. That's going to be like a 1-to-1 thing. So every line I draw is going to like I can get like crazy with it and like, move my hand all over the tablet and it'll still be locked in to, every line I draw is going to be snapping to whatever grid line that I'm currently drawing in the closest like approximate angle towards. Um or if, if you want to use this in place of, or maybe even in addition to, like the in program smoothing feature in Photoshop, um, I mean, you can do whatever you want, but if I wanted to have like a more kind of natural, organic, hand drawn looking line, I could just adjust my accuracy and um so I'm like being pretty exaggerated and like pulling my lines pretty hard to get it to wobble that much. But if I didn't want it to be, crazy wobbly like that, but I want it to still feel organic and hand drawn and have that like very subtle wobbliness to the lines, you can set it at whatever you're comfortable with doing, but it'll add some of that like hand drawn wobbliness to it, but while still snapping to correct perspective. Um, which again it is so nice. And can make your job just so much faster and your life easier, and it's really great. Um, sure, some other programs have this already kind of by default. Um, but if you're shackled to the whims of Adobe like I am, this is our best option. Um, I think Clip Studio has a pretty good perspective ruler, just like by default. But it's been a few years since I've used it. So who knows? Last time I checked, it was pretty solid though. Um, yeah, so that's that's my rant now on what what I've been working on and why I'm kind of approaching this the way that I am. Um, it might not be the most like exciting thing to look at necessarily. Like we're not obviously not seeing like final designs of anything or anything like that at the moment. Um, but this is something that if I take a couple hours and set up each of these rulers, in an afternoon or something like that, for the rest of the project, I'll already have this set up and I won't have to, kind of be approaching everything from square one every time I want to draw something. Um, which I think is very worth the time. And this is the again kind of what I'm talking about um when I say like I use these 3D models as photo reference. Like I'm not necessarily tracing anything one to one ever. Like where's the fun in that, Um but instead like, I'm using it as a jumping off point just like you would photo reference. If you like go out and take your own with a camera and go that route, or if you're on a tight deadline and you just want to get things done quick, uh this is one way to do that. And it works. So many professional artists do exactly this, because you can see like I've already like deviated pretty significantly from our original like photo source material. But it it was enough to get us started, to get this perspective laid out, and now I'm adding to this. I'm, you know, messing around and kind of using it as a jumping off point for my sketches to be like, okay, this is the general perspective I want to go with, but now what is the most interesting, not even design, but like, exaggerating the shape language of this book. How do we make it look, you know, thicker and more I don't know, just more stylized to something that I think is interesting. Um so now that we've kind of moved it a little bit, we want this to be centered on our this. So I might end up just for my own whatever. Now that I have like a general block in for the shape, if so you can see that because I've moved it and, you know, had these grids set up to be where I originally was drawing on the canvas. So now you can see this green vanishing point uh ruler doesn't match what I just drew. And that's okay because now we know that this is centered on the canvas. It's a good enough rough design to start. And now I can just go in and readjust some of these rulers um, where they make sense, and then I'll just save it to where it makes sense for this thing that we just did. And then I'll, again, same thing, be able to use this for ever and ever and use it as a template and it's there, it's set. I don't ever have to really think about it again, and I can just come in and now like design within these parameters that I've created for any given element. Cool. And then we just save that, and it's there. So that's what I've been working on. I wanted to show that just for the sake of, hey, here's what this is, and here's a part of this process. But now I'm gonna get back to actually drawing something directly for the game, where that stuff always like kind of, in a roundabout way. Um, but it's more so doing something now that's, kind of on the back end, but uh will definitely help for all of these future elements that I start making. Um so when I did that, I set one up for a, this isn't our two-handed sword. The file name just got changed when I was trying to port something in. This is just our regular sword. This is the general template that I'm gonna be running with, I think, for any of our sword designs. So any sword that we see, whether it's like a any one-handed swords, this is kind of the layout that they're all gonna adhere to. Um, and I can change the design, make it as crazy as we want it to be. But it'll be presented in like this kind of format. Um, and the thing that I just did with all the rulers and all that stuff is exactly what I did when setting this up. And then starting to design, you know, like, okay, we have a dagger. What does like our generic entry level sword look like? Um, yeah. So I'd started this off of stream, just because I wanted to set this up kind of, and again, I know like building those perspective ruler things isn't going to be the most exciting by any means to look at. So I plan on doing that either in the not streaming times or um just during like our solo art streams or something. Um Not that it really takes that long, but it's just, again, it's not like, oh yeah, drawing cool exciting things. Um we'll see. Um yeah, and once I get that kind of set up for all of our key elements, or I might just, I could do it any kind of way of like, oh, I could do I could set up a template for everything that we need right now and then never have to worry about it again. Or I could just be like, and here's the one for swords, and then just do a handful of swords. And then, okay, here's a handful of tomes, here's a handful of potions or spells or whatever. Um, there's really no wrong way. I guess it just depends on where the where we end up uh needing attention at any given time. So I don't want to do anything like too crazy with this specific sword again. Don't want it to be fun and something cool to look at, but we don't want to do anything like too um interesting with our
I
design
made it.
because we want it to be like sword. Like, hey, this is your first sword kind of thing. Um what were you gonna say?
Yeah, you don't want it to be too impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, first of all, yeah, that's a really good point. I think we were talking about this the other night, that we might struggle with this. Like, this item looks awesome. Oh, but it's actually not that good on
Yeah.
stats.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
we don't want that. I made it so you can lose the game now, lose the fight.
Yeah, that's pretty
Sorry.
exciting.
So you get dumped out.
Um
Yeah, that didn't take very long, and now I'm working on the new layout. I'm trying to match the layout to what you designed earlier. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
I think that will go a long way to setting the
That's
vibe
man, that's
for the
another
fight.
thing too. So, um, I think another thing that I'm gonna kind of try and like alternate between for a little bit is I don't know. I again this this is me being like, okay, but we just had a whole conversation. Let's work on card designs because we're gonna have a bunch. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna really add to a lot of this. But now I'm like, oh man, should I hop back for a second and kind of design like, okay, here is like the frame that your avatar is going to fit within, and like, that kind of stuff. So how to, or like what we want to kind of aim for with where to display those things, or, um,
No,
so like
not
essentially like,
we can't
okay,
yet. I don't.
let's design all of the elements that we're missing still on this given screen. Or do we not want to focus on that right now?
No, I don't think we can focus on that.
Okay.
No. It's like it's cool, and it's going to make the game feel and look better, no doubt about it. But I think there's some things that you can look past, and there's some things that you can't.
Yeah.
And right now, the loop of like I'm going to collect and build cards feels very unsatisfying when all cards like right now I've had this screenshot up, right? Like this screenshot. I've had this piece of the game up for ages.
Yeah.
I got 3 different cards in my hand, in theory, and they do 3 different things.
Right. And they all look the same.
They look exactly the same, and even though they got different words on them, it's so hard to tell what's
Yeah.
going on, what's happening, and like I can polish the, I can bring the fight scene to look like the fight scene that you designed the other day,
Mhm.
and that will get us so far. Like it can look like that for so long before we have to loop back round and like polish it off.
Yeah.
I think anyway.
Yeah.
Um,
That makes sense.
and also the pure volume of cards is
Yeah.
like, I think it wasn't this shield. Was it this shield? One of the shields you did in like, I don't know, half an hour or something, right? And I think it might be worth just like, just churning out just
Yeah.
tons,
Yeah.
so that you at least can. It feels like you're collecting different cards. It feels like you're building cards, and like, I think there is an element of volume to it.
Oh, for sure. Yeah,
Mm.
definitely.
Yeah. I think everything else right now you could look past.
Mhm.
Yeah. You think it's better? You think it'd be easier for you if you had a list?
Uh, almost always, I think. Personally. Um, and I know we've kind of started that the other day. Um,
Yeah.
just of, hey, here is a list of things. And that is incredibly helpful. So my plan of attack the past couple days has been, okay, let me start by at least getting out like one of everything. Um, in terms of like weapons, props, scrolls, tomes, anything like that. Let me get one of everything. This will be like, you know, the basic version of whatever. And that way
That's a good idea.
that will give you something to be able to separate that apart. Well, I at least know now that, like, okay, when I do this, I'm casting a spell. When I do this thing, I'm hitting with a one-handed sword. When I do this, I'm hitting with a heavier sword, or you know, that kind of thing. To where it
Yeah, that's a
at
really
least
good
will
idea.
be enough to, okay, all swords or sword adjacent things, like all one-handed flashing weapons, will can be subbed out for this default image. Um, so Rydog asked, are cards ever gonna have rarity? Um, a bit like Snap. Yeah, exactly. Derek, do you want to
Right.
talk about that?
That one's not
Because
on me. Yeah. Yeah, that one's not on me. This the snap screenshot's up. This doesn't count. Okay. This is yeah, this one has an immunity, Uno reverse on it. Yeah, actually um we spoke about this at length the other night. And I wondered when we'd be sharing that kind of thing with stream.
that's up to you. Go for it.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah. So
I
the thoughts
think that
were
the general idea of can be talked about, but we don't want to give away like maybe not the big thing that we had talked about on stream, or hey, maybe we do. And
Okay.
uh I don't know, what do you think?
I think it's okay. Like, I don't think we have to.
I think
I
so
think there's
too.
very few things we'll be able to like build live and then keep to ourselves at the same
Yeah.
time. I think that'll be tricky. Um, but you're right on a general level. Um, the way that Snap has borders and better titles and better art, but the card still fundamentally does the same thing. Um, I would like an element of that, of like your cards get better as you use them. And if we think of rarity in that way, uh, then yes, like we might even handle it the same way as Snap. In terms of like on a gameplay level, we think we want it to work like Monster Hunter. Um, so Monster Hunter has this thing. We didn't talk about this the other day, but Monster Hunter has this thing where you complete most of the monsters at a thing called low rank. Then you have to fight them all again at a thing called high rank. But once you get to the end of high rank, there's other monsters that you've never fought before, um, and it's quite cool. It means that like they do one set of animations for a sword, and you get the low rank version of that sword, and then you get the high rank version of that sword. Then when you've done the whole game, there's a DLC you buy, which gives you more monsters. You defeat those in high rank. Then you go right back to the beginning and you do this thing called master rank. Okay, so they're kind of resetting you over and over. Basically, we think we want a similar mechanic to that, where you'd do the whole game and you get all the cards and it's all super cool. And then you'd end up with a rare. The first upgrade would be, instead of calling it low rank and high rank and master rank, instead it would be like rare, legendary, mythic, blah blah blah. And we think that will the the rarity will be like hard bound that way, but that will make those things mechanically better. So I don't know what we would call the visual upgrading that Snap does. The Snap calls it rarity, and it makes sense. But if
Mhm.
we've got two levels of rarity, yeah, I don't know. I'm playing this game at the moment called BroQuest. BroQuest weapons. RoboQuest even. Got the name wrong. Fox gun. And that has two concepts. One's its concept of rarity. Fantastic. So one, it has a thing that upgrades it, but then there's also what is the XP upgrade called?
I mean, I think you could even, you know, it could be something like, okay, this is the rarity and this is the rank that it's at. Like, oh, this is like, or like the class, even like, oh, this is a class 1 version of this, or class 2, but you've found the next rarity version of it, or uh whatever. Like, oh, this is like a class 2 rare uh broadsword. This is a class 3, like, exotic, whatever. If you wanted like two different uh whatever you would call those, like, or variation statuses, or um I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Um just catching up on chat, and I know for our SoulSplit streams we don't have chat up there, just because it gets
We could,
a little cumbersome. I think we could like clear out some of this middle bottom third area and put
mm,
chat there if we wanted. Um but yeah, Red Dog saying, was the sword that made me think it. Same sword, but then on fire, and then the fire being animated, etc. But then I guess it could be cool if you can choose to make your sword card fire, poison, electric, or some other kind of various modifier. Um, yeah, but then but then how else will you shoehorn microtransactions without rare cards exactly? Um, I think personally, and Derek, correct me if I'm wrong or if you think otherwise on this, but I think for me it's maybe more interesting to just have a different design for those things. So instead of having like, well, I understand now. Cuz obviously if you have like, oh, I have this one weapon and it is like, the rarest version you can get, then obviously you want to be able to add on like, oh, I, applied this incantation and now it's this high leveled broadsword, but it's the fire version now for this round of battle, or this dungeon, however we wanted to break up the time for how that works. Or maybe it is just like an upgrade mechanic where it's like, oh, now I've upgraded, this rare broadsword. Now it is upgraded and has this like fire attachment to it. Um to where it's like, oh, you've inserted the firestone and now this is the fire version of this. I think that's, obviously one way. I don't know. I kind of think, or I think it's more trying to figure out what I want to say, because I do think that that is interesting and adds to like the RPG ness of this this game, to be able
Mm.
to edit and make modifications to whatever sword that you've gotten. Like, you put in all this time,
Yeah, that's
you
right.
grinded for hours to get this weapon, and now you can like continue to like sink resources into it to cater it to play exactly how you want it to. Because that is fun. I mean, another
It
way you
is.
could do it though is just kind of like I don't know, where it's like I don't know. I now I'm torn because I'm like, "Ah, that is cool and I do kind of like that, but then I think it could be cool to just have different items to where it's like, okay, yeah, this is sword. It is take it or leave it. This is what you have. And then you find like, the flame giant's great sword or something like that, and that is now your like big heavy hitter flame enchanted like two-hander sword. Um and just have that be like a its own thing. It is its own card that you can either, maybe it either drops or it can uh put together with the right ingredients. You can craft it. Um but it is just like better a better two-handed sword. And just have it be like that to where it's like, no, you can't. I don't know, because I know we talked about that the other day too about I am allergic. I mean, hey, I want the money. That's the thing. I want the money, but um
Not that
I
allergic then.
I don't want I'm such a huge I don't want to talk about how much money I've spent on fucking V-Bucks and uh
V-Buck?
buying.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, dude, we were in deep for a long time in Fortnite. I don't want to talk about it. Um,
How do I get?
like,
Why can't I do the fort hype emoji? Oh, I've got to
wait,
be
what?
a prime gamer.
Oh, that's annoying.
Rydog used the fort hype emoji,
Yeah.
um, uh, which I thought was
um,
perfect for V-Buck.
yeah. I don't know. I am like a huge sucker for like a microtransactions like as a consumer. I also think that sucks. Like,
They work on you well. Is that the?
yes, they too well. I am the person that
Oh
they
no.
designed it for specifically when they're like, how can we like capitalize the absolute maximum amount on someone that is like serotonin deprived and just wants that instant gratification constantly. Like
Hmm.
I was the key demographic when they designed microtransactions. Uh,
Brilliant.
and that is quite unfortunate for me. I think um
Yeah, not
for my bank
not
account.
for not for Mr. Fortnite
Yeah, exactly.
though.
Please, Mr.
Legendary
Fortnite is my father.
creator of Fortnite, Mr. Fortnite. Ah, sorry. Yes.
um, I don't know. Because how else do you? I again being new to everything, all of this. I don't know how. This is a dumb question, but hey, we're all learning and living and live, laugh, loving together. How do you monetize
Yeah, live, laugh, happy.
an indie game that's like, hey, we want you to play our game because we like it and we care about it, but also, I guess I have to pay bills, but also, please still play my game because I think you'll like it. Uh, how do you introduce
Yeah,
that in a way
yeah.
that people
I got
actually
some.
care about?
Yeah, I can. I actually was going to start the stream with this, but I chickened out.
Do it.
Where is it? To- Capitalism. Let's go. Um, yeah, this is true. Um, Snap is the perfect example of how you can be very predatory with microtransactions.
Oh
They
yeah,
almost convince you it's entirely cosmetic, but
exactly.
actually it's like a money pit.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean,
Um,
the one that has me in an absolute like chokehold right now. And jokes on them because I'm broke as shit. But I've been playing
got
so
him.
much Magic the Gathering arena, and like that is like a game where like actively like
Yeah,
you just can buy cards. So like by nature, like, hey, the more money you spend on this thing, the better you could potentially be at it. Because you're getting, more cards and things that genuinely like impact the outcome of like the deck that you're building, and that sucks. Like, hey, I get it, I know why they're doing it, like, oh, buy, spend $5 and buy like 3 packs or whatever, or like, oh, I couldn't go to like my local game shop and buy 3 boosters for, you know anywhere near that cheap. So they're like, oh, we're giving you a great deal, but then it's like, then that's how they
and
get you.
this is
They know, like, you think that as the consumer, like, oh, what a great deals. I'll give them, all of my money instead. Uh, and that's the loop right there, right? That's how you win capitalism.
yeah, that is how you win capitalism because really all you've paid for them to do, as I'm showing on my screen, is you think you're getting 3 packs, but really all you're doing is you're paying for one number in a database to do this.
Exactly. Yep.
That's all that
Yep.
happens. That's what you paid for. You didn't pay for them to print the cards, ship them
Absolutely
across the
nothing.
world, wrap
Yeah.
them in foil, unwrap them, and then you get to take them home as well and like put them in a box.
You don't
And then
get
10
shit.
years later, you take them out of the box. And with the magic cards, they're probably worth more than when you put them in the box.
Exactly.
Like magic cards do appreciate in
Yep.
value. Um, yeah.
And
Okay, so
instead,
full
you're,
capitalism.
the mobile, online version, whatever, you're paying for that, again, that that good serotonin hit, you know. Oh wow, I get this like illusion of opening something, and I got all these cards and they do a fun animation, and holy shit, wow, what a cool card. I'm so excited to add that to my deck. And then, you know, whenever they decide, hey, we're done with arena, it's been fun, but you know, we're on to the next thing now. None of that means anything. You lose all of that stuff. You lose all of, you know, uh everything. It literally means nothing. But that's that's the game. That's how it works, unfortunately. Um
Yeah, that is the yeah. My parents are deep in the microtransaction hole.
are they? It's bad.
I think so. Yeah, they
You're
would never admit it, but I'm convinced
of
they are.
course, yeah, you're like, "Oh my god, what have I done?" All those years ago when I first helped you set up your Facebook account, and look at what I've done to you now. Um your kids aren't old enough to be in that
No,
like, "Please
no,
buy me V-Bucks, buy me Robux."
no.
They're too
I
young for that,
no. I
right?
work with someone. I work with someone whose nephew only ever asks for V-Bucks.
It
That's like
is,
the only good one is V-Bucks.
yeah. We'll be playing with our like family and stuff, and I can hear like my my niece and nephew running up to their mom just constantly like, "Can you please buy us Robux? Please can you buy us V-Bucks?" And she's like, "Bro, I just spent like $50 on V-Bucks yesterday." They're like, "Yeah, but it's gone now." Like, that's too bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to tell you. That's crazy. Ugh, I feel like it's only that's in your future, in the coming years, unfortunately. So
Nah, it'll be fine. I'm sure.
something to look forward
I'll be,
to.
they'll be outlawed by then. I'm sure.
Either that or it just becomes like the national currency. Like not even
Yeah.
national, it's just like the global currency. Like all of your bills can be like now sponsored by Verizon. You can just go and pay your phone bill and go talk to your landlord in Robux and or Roblox and pay him in Robux. Uh
Ah,
I think we're headed
hell.
there. Meta's gonna take over the world sooner or later, and everything will be microtransactions. Only a matter of time.
I sure hope not.
You and me both. I I don't want that. I'm all in. Yeah, don't forget the I have no idea what goes on over there in your world, but I'm just thinking like, oh, the presidential candidate, don't forget to sub to cast your votes now. And then you just go and spend your prime vote to vote for your your democratically elected via your free prime gaming sub. That's how you know who's your elected official. I don't I can't. Can't. It's already so bad. I mean, it's essentially already how it is. If you're wealthy enough, you can buy anybody's vote. And that's nice. You know, if we don't have that, what do we have as a country?
Just get richer.
Yeah, exactly. That's just like the the 1% get good, just get rich. You wouldn't have these problems if you were rich. Have you considered? Have you even thought about it? What are you doing? Why are you not rich? One landlord for snipers. Hey, look, that sounds at least fun. And this landlord that we have now can absolutely catch these hands any day of the week. So that sounds that sounds good to me. Um, God, what a like bleak future. And the I feel like the sad thing is like I could see it. In the States, in the US, we're like a few days away from that rolling out. Everything's run by what even is like Elon Musk's parent company. Uh does he even have like a parent thing? I'm sure he has to, right? But it
No, I don't
obviously
know
wouldn't
actually.
be like rolled out through Tesla, but it's not going to be SpaceX either. Whatever his latest thing is, like Elon's government. And it's just a very good you know, pay to play, more so than it already is. I don't know what color to make this. I don't want it to be anything like, I feel like my initial like default, like, oh yeah, put like some kind of red gem in there or whatever. We want this to be like, hey, this is the this is our basic bitch
Duh.
sword. It's gotta just
Yeah,
be like,
no gems allowed.
yeah, it is. I mean, I could just get rid of that altogether. Uh, which immediately solves that problem. Where, okay, there it is sword. Golly, it's okay. Switch on over to our Skelly cam that apparently got knocked over while rearranging my desk the other day. Um, he's on the run. Court could even focus. Yes. Gross drawing. One day my webcam will focus. I wanted to for a second. It's just like some like subreddit cryptid video of like just the blurriest video of Bigfoot you've ever seen.
I think I just saw Bigfoot. Oh, mate, that I just like everybody's watching right now to know that for us to get that Scully emote it's using all over Twitch, we need 25 more followers.
That is true. We're
Then it's done.
close.
Then it's in.
It's already there.
That
I
yeah.
I already have it ready to be uploaded. It's in our Discord server. You can
Ready to go.
spam the Scully emo all day. And hey, if you're not in our Discord, why not? What have you been doing? Um,
Do you know what we
uh,
could do?
what could we
Once
do?
once we have something worth giving away, worth like giving away, which I don't know if that's like beta access or free subs or whatever, something.
Hmm.
We could have it so when Scully barks and you can hear it, the first person to post the barking Scully emote gets the
That's
gift.
pretty good. I do like that. That
Like, I just
is,
heard him. He
he's
did it
crying.
on command. I could have got in that early.
He knows what time it
You're
is.
talking about. Oh,
And he is my like alarm clock almost of like, what time will Morgan be home from work? Because without fail, like every day, uh at exactly like this time, he's at the door. We have like a, in our office, like right above my camera, behind it there's a door that goes out to our patio. And he just sits like clawing at the patio, crying like, please, when will mom return from work? I know she's coming soon. And he's not wrong. And unfortunately, if I tell him that and tell him like, right, like she'll be here soon, it just makes it worse.
yeah, he'll go ham. He'll be like, let's go.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
we can talk about capitalism for a minute.
Oh God,
Okay, this
no!
is some this is
Let's do
some
it.
deep tinfoil hat level planning. Okay,
Hey, I'm here for it.
so there's two elements to this. There's volume, and then there's time. No, time and volume. I did that the wrong way around with the highlighting. So basically, the loose plan is for me, in my head, this is what I think is you said, how do we monetize? How do we make money? And what do we need money for? To eat and to feed our pets and children, which
Yeah,
is
exactly.
pretty good, I think. So how do we make money? I think if we manage to release the game like this, our costs outside of time should be effectively zero. Okay, near zero. Most games launch and they're thousands and thousands of dollars, sometimes tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars into the
Right.
negative before they're even out the door. So they have to recoup all of that before they make profit. That's one small advantage we have. So basically, the plan, in my opinion, is build game. Okay. Do Steam Next Fest. Get wish lists. Sell game. And then port game. Okay. Okay. So basically, this is the plan. So Steam Next Fest. These are the dates for next year. They do an October 1, a June 1. And why are these this order? What kind of a madman would do them in this order? Me. That's the answer. Okay. So there's February 1, a June 1, and October 1. You have to submit the final. So the Next Fest, if you've ever seen it, do this and this. The Next Fest looks like this. This is the next one. It's October. The next Fest. And what it will do is, if I look at a previous one, I hope this one works. Yep. Cool. So this was well, that game looked cool. This is the Next Fest. So for a few days, a week, Steam gets taken over by a bunch of games that are not yet out yet, and they are not yet finished yet. Okay. So they all say coming soon, and you can play the demo. And Steam's homepage is like people streaming, playing the games.
Right.
And if you're a small developer like we are, this is probably the number one influence on your wish lists, which is it should garner you a huge fan base, should garner you huge relative term, right? But huge fan base, huge wish list, huge amount of interests. And of course, Steam angle it so your game needs to be playable and have a good demo by the time the festival happens. And it needs to be released in the months that follow that.
Okay.
So strike while the iron's hot. This is how you get a popular game on Steam if you're a small developer. And this basically works. Like you can see developers talking about the fact that it works. So if we work backwards here, if we assume that we wanted to do it in February 25, like the earliest possible Next Fest, that is the next one that we could possibly submit for right now. The game would need to be finished by January 2025.
Okay.
Which doesn't sound too bad. That's like, oh, okay, I could maybe do that. But you have to first submit the game 3 months before that, which would be October 24. We will probably not be in a place to submit the game by 24, right? For me, that feels a bit too optimistic.
Yeah.
So really what we do is we keep these dates in mind, and at some point we should get to a place where we're locked in and we're like, okay, we're going to do this festival, which means we need to have a good game by this day and we need to have a finished demo by this day. So for me right now, the most realistic, optimistic one is this February day. So we could submit the first version in Feb, submit the final version of the demo in May, and do the next festival in June. That's a long way away, but February is not that long away for having like an almost finished game. Anyway, so we do this. We're happy, right? The game is finished, and we go through Next Fest, and we get some wish lists. How we price our game and how well it does and how we actually make money. There's some pretty nice. Oh no, it's gone. Oh, it's up here. So if we take some big games, some bigger card games, let's take Inscription. Okay. So if you're Inscription, you have 108,000 reviews, and you $17. Okay. So the gross revenue they made was $88 million, which means that after all of this is insane for me, right?
Yeah.
So after they do regional pricing and discounts and refunds and Steam Cut and VAT, That means that the actual devs made $26 million. Well, I don't know about you, but that's a lot less than 88.
That's a
You'd
significant
feel
difference. Yeah.
that's insane. So
Yeah.
less than half is normally the rule of thumb, and that's considerably less than half.
Right.
So Inscription is huge, right? Absolutely massive. If we find a much, much smaller game, yeah, let's go with this, okay? This game's Cobalt Core. It's made, it's got probably more popularity than we'd expect to get from a first game.
Mhm.
It's not going to be the developer's first game, I bet. Let's have a look. Nope, it was their second game. So let's say Cobalt Core developers' first game. I'm assuming this is smaller. It is smaller. In fact, it's much smaller. So this is their first
The
game.
second game is
It
smaller?
was no.
Or the
The
first
second
game?
game's bigger, right?
Okay, okay.
Your second game should be bigger.
Yeah.
So they had 332 reviews at $12. Now this would be depressing, but 332 reviews at $12, and I bet this game is good as well. Okay, so
Yeah, I mean, it looks
this is like
cute.
so this is something that could be theoretically achievable for our first game.
Mhm.
I'd say optimistically. So if we manage to match, I didn't even know what that game was called. That's really bad of me. Sunshine Heavy Industries. Okay.
Okay.
And it does look cute. You're right. In fact, it looks really good. I bet this is a good game.
It looks good.
Anyway, so yeah, if we could match their success, we would get 80,000 gross revenue, which really translate to the two of us would make together $23,000.
Yeah.
Now, I'd feel good about that for a first game. I'd be like,
You and me
that
both.
feels yeah, okay, cool. So let's just assume here that we're trying to match the level of Sunshine Heavy Industries. Okay, so 12 reviews, which means this times 20, it's 240 sales. There's no way. There must be much more than that. Oh, I put the price in. I'm an idiot. 300. Yeah. We're going to do all of this without our programmer learning basic math. That's the even more impressive part.
Look, if we have to start doing basic
I'm-
math, I'm out. I will immediately
You're
be
out.
screwed.
He's done. Okay, so if all of this is true, okay, now this the math has broken down here. I can already tell. If all of this is true, we actually don't want 1,000 wish lists. We want 66,000 wish lists, which is near enough unheard of. That's not
Yeah.
a thing.
Yeah.
They reckon an indie game that breaks 50K is like an instant hit, like an instant success.
And that's high. Like, that's a lot.
So yeah. So if we then went more realistic and we said, right, we're actually only going to get 15 reviews and it's $12, then we'd make $1,000 and we'd have to split that between the two of us. That would be, I would say that would be, I would not consider that a success, but I'd probably be willing to give it another go if we knew what was wrong.
Yeah.
That means we'd have hundreds of players, not thousands, but hundreds, which would feel pretty good. Anyway, so we chased the wish list hype during the next fest, which means we need a good game before the next fest, which means we need a good demo. So actually, this needs another step actually, which is good demo. Good demo and build game arguably should be swapped, but fine, whatever. We get the wish list, we sell the game, and the game's selling. Now, this is where most people, this is where most devs would start putting things in like microtransactions, or they build a game that does microtransactions, right? You're realizing that the money you get, if it's 1K, doesn't feel that good. That's not a happy number. So they'd start with microtransactions. What I think we should do instead, or what we could do instead, is use the relative success of the PC launch to try and get a really good deal on a console launch.
Hmm.
So you try and negotiate with either, or ideally all of, Apple, Xbox, Sony, Nintendo. You try and make a deal with one of these four companies that you will port the game to their system as long as they do the thing. And do the thing means either give you money up front, which of course would be great, any amount
Hey,
of money if we
that's the
were.
dream, right?
Yep. Love it. Perfect. Or in a case that's like similar to Apple, is they put you in their arcade.
Yeah.
And because we don't have microtransactions, we'd be a really good arcade candidate. The
Hmm.
thing that would make us a bad arcade candidate is we haven't released an iOS game before.
Right.
Um, so it would be easy with game 2, but let's assume we can pull it off with game 1. And if we
Mhm.
can't, you can still launch from these platforms. You can still get success in those areas. And I think people say that your Steam success, your Steam sales is normally 50% of your sales.
Mhm.
So in this scenario, we could you can double your income if we ported to other platforms. So we can
Right.
port it to mobile, consoles, and you can double your income, double the amount that we get. But I think the reason that this order is important is that if you have your game selling on Steam, the porting you can negotiate. So with Apple, you really want the Apple Arcade deal. That
Right.
like they don't sell the game because if you're on Apple Arcade, all games are free.
Yeah.
Um, they don't sell the game, so instead they just give you money per install, and
That's
for
cool.
playtime and stuff. Which really
Yeah.
means that if you build a good game, you get lots of money.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
Xbox and Sony, they do like exclusivity deals, as do
Mhm.
Nintendo, but not as often. And these companies will, if they're saying we want you exclusively for our platform, they're also likely willing to say we'll put it on the front page of our store for 3 days.
Mhm.
And with Steam, with any of these companies, if I put Steam on this list as well, with any of these companies, if they stick you on their front page for a few days or hours, the sales go through the roof.
Oh,
In fact,
sure.
I would say that this game here, Sunshine Heavy Industries,
Mhm.
the only reason that it might be, by our measure, so successful, which is 332 reviews, so the only reason that it hit 5-digit income could be because it ended up on the front page for a few days
Right.
or a few hours. But that's all it took, was just that happening. I don't know the
Yeah.
history of this game at all. In fact, I'm much more familiar with their other game, which is Cobalt Core, which I thought was small because it only has 2,600 reviews, but that's actually quite a lot.
Yeah.
If I think about what that actually means, 2,600 reviews, yeah, means that they made $300,000,
I mean, hey, that'd
which is
be
very good.
pretty nice.
Yeah, you'll find that the sales curve, or from what I've seen, the sales curve with games is like exponential. So
Yeah.
if the game does bad, we'll struggle to get 50 sales.
Right.
Um, and if it does well, it'll go past 1,000 with ease, and it'll just go. Do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
getting it off the ground is the hard bit. I think it's the same with streaming, to be honest. Content
Yeah.
creation. I
Which
think if
makes sense.
you don't get a lot of middling accounts, you're either very, very it's gravitates towards extreme. Anyway, sorry, I've detoured towards capitalism for far too long.
And hey, that's
That's what we're here
why
for.
we also have art things to look at, cuz I think that conversations like this are it is very helpful to me to know that you know all of this stuff, cuz I don't know anything like this. Like, yeah, I've worked, professionally as a freelancer for like almost a decade now and primarily work in like TV animation and stuff like that. But when it comes to anything like anything like this, like I wouldn't have any idea where to even start or like, whatever. I'm very much up until, lately, I'm just, hey, I want to draw things. I want to make something cool with cool people, and that's it. Like I just want to make something fun with friends. Uh and
Hmm.
how do I do that? How can I, what does that look like? How do you make that work? And uh whatever. And here we come full circle of like, well, unfortunately capitalism exists, and you know, the the landlord doesn't care each month, hey, I can't pay my rent, but I am making something fun with with my friends. They don't care. And who can blame them, right? Like everyone wants money and everything because that's the world that we live in. But
But we've been through this. You tell him to 1v1 you on Rust. Snipers on it.
exactly. Yeah.
That's a language that soon everyone will understand.
Yeah. Yeah, sooner or later it's just a matter of time. um and it is good for me to know like that you at least have a, however intense
Have
or
an outside
however
knowledge.
relaxed you would consider it to be, but that is like a pretty significant like starting place when it comes to that, like Steam sales, and knowing, that kind of general insight towards any of this, because I don't know any of this stuff. So it is, I learn something new from you every day, and it's exciting. Um, and also, uh, all jokes aside, I do think that it is genuinely just, it's fascinating, and uh, I don't assume that like everyone watching this ever is, you know, going to know all of that kind of stuff where it's like, uh, you
Yeah.
know, hey, here's here is the ins and outs of whatever given market or industry or whatever it might be that we're talking about. Um, because even from, my work experience where again, very very heavily pertaining to, either animation or just freelance illustration, or working in comics or like a indie comics publisher. Like I've done all that stuff, working in tabletop board games. I can talk about and while it's interesting for me to hear you talk about these things and all of that stuff, I can only imagine that, you know if I'm interested in it, someone else probably is too. I think it's important to talk about that stuff, especially, I don't know, a lot of what I do and what I've like kind of built my personal brand on, outside of just being an artist, is like teaching and mentoring, and trying to do the best that I can to, like, there's so much gatekeeping in just in any industry, but I feel like especially with stuff like this, like the arts or whatever, like people can be very uh just like very stingy about talking about the secrets
Yes.
behind doing what they do, of like, oh, I'm not going to talk about like the brushes I use, I'm not going to talk about what program I'm using. Like I had to struggle through it, I had to figure it out, and you do too,
That's
kind of
very
thing.
true. Yeah.
And that sucks.
Yeah.
That's
I
some
have this a lot
bullshit.
in my line of work, actually. I have a lot of people around me who are like, yeah, but they shouldn't get that because they've only been doing this like a few months, a few
Yeah,
years, whatever. And they're like,
I hate that shit.
it took me 15 years to get that thing.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Like,
yeah,
okay,
and that
well,
was awful.
and it
Let's
sucked.
not
Yeah,
keep
exactly. Like, did you
let's
enjoy
not
that
pass
time?
that
Like,
shit on. Yeah, it's
exactly. Like,
horrible.
I don't know. I don't like that personally. Like,
No, no,
okay,
I
sure.
don't.
I can understand why someone might say that or why they might have those feelings of like, well, I had to work for it and, bust my ass for, an entire lifetime before I got what I feel was owed to me. I don't know. I don't like that. I don't have any interest in
I don't
that,
either.
and I try to be just transparent as I can with everything. It's important, like, again, like, especially as a freelancer and like being in artist communities, to like be transparent with your peers and everything about like the rates that you are charging, the rates that people
Yeah,
are expecting you to work for any specific job or anything like that, because the more you talk about it, the more like kind of standardized these things become. There you start to build like, okay, like, I'm being like severely like undersold, or like being screwed out of the deal, or whatever it might
yeah.
be. And you know talking about any of this shit openly is just always
Yeah,
nice.
I think it's good. Um, have you got a copy of this
It doesn't look like shit.
final no, no, the final battle screen? Um, have you got a copy somewhere? 'Kay, I just want to talk through something.
Yeah.
Um, so
um do you
so I think most of the things that I needed are here. I've just spotted two things that aren't.
Okay.
So one thing that isn't here is you don't have a way to end your turn.
Yep.
You end your turn.
Hmm.
Um, and arguably, we could just end your turn when you run out of actions, but this opens a can of worms, which I'd rather not open.
Yeah, I
Yet.
agree. It's
Um,
better just to make a button or something
yep,
that says
yep.
in turn. Yeah,
And then
I agree.
the other one is, and this is a can of worms we have to open at this point. So here we
Hey,
go.
let's do it.
Um, I've enjoyed up until now, and hopefully from still for now, managed to avoid this concept of mana.
Right.
Um, we do have an inherent concept of mana, which we
Yeah.
call actions at the moment. And in Snap, you have mana or energy, I think it might be called.
Yeah, it's
In Magic,
something
you have a
like that.
super complex mana system.
Right.
I quite like that the standard turn in our game is one, and
Yeah.
that you can build a deck that has more. This isn't crazy for a card game. A lot of card games do this, but hey. Anyway,
Yeah.
because we have introduced this concept one way or another, it does also mean we need to see our actions somewhere.
Right.
And I'm interested in how that looks, how that transpires. Um, we can use the energy system where it's like a glowing blue thing and has a number on
Right.
it. You could use the Hearthstone system, which is where you get like diamonds that glow, and they get like you get more and more of them. Um, games like, yeah. Anyway, we can have those if we want. It means at the moment what we need is a way to see how many actions you have left,
Right.
if we want to avoid this problem for now, and a way to end the turn. What would you recommend as a stopgap solution? Should I take the bronze plate and make an end turn and stick it in the bottom right? And then do you want to do like you've done a nice shield and a nice heart, even if the shield's likely to get replaced? Do you want to do one for actions as well?
Yes.
Like an actions symbol?
What
Yeah.
what did I so okay, so all right, I understand. Yes. Yeah, I absolutely can. Um if it's beneficial and like a quick temporary kind of solution, yeah, by all means use the little uh like banner plaque thing that we have, and
Banner
we could
boy.
just,
All right.
you know,
Yeah.
use that as our end turn icon, but I'll come up with something for that. Um
Yep.
and then the turn thing functionality, interesting.
Yeah.
So let's see. How would so I think you said, and I'm just trying to like think through this. Um while I also look up different examples from some of our greatest hits here that we frequently talk about, just to see, hey, what is out there, what would be fun.
How did
um
how did they end their turns?
yeah, exactly. um so did you say that you would prefer that it was like a single action per
So
play, or because
I,
I know we've been building it
I
to where it's not quite
yeah,
like that, right?
yeah. So well, yeah. We're in this awkward middle ground. So we don't have we haven't played our game enough, and I mean actually played it, not just pretended to play it. We haven't played it
Right.
enough to know if this theory is true. But the
Yeah.
theory I have is the fun part of Snap. There we go. Reset the Snap count. In fact, I'm gonna turn this into a Snap count now because I won't lose my trail of thought. Um,
I
so it's
gotta I
gonna
gotta
go.
get like a counter going.
So I got a physical one. 1 second. If it lets me. Yeah, here we go. Okay, here we go. I've reset the Snap count.
Wonderful.
Let's see if it mirrors. I can't tell if it mirrors, but you get the gist.
Yeah.
It does mirror. How annoying. Fine. So, yeah, in Snap, you. One of the reasons I think it's so fast paced and why the games are always like, I'll just play one more, is 80% of the turns you play, maybe 90, you just choose the card. You don't play some sick combo that's like wham, 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 wham. You just
Right.
play
It's
a
just
card,
a
right?
card.
Um, yeah, and in Magic, like a
It's
huge
kind of the
part of the reason
opposite.
I think people fall off is because in your early games, that's kind of how it feels. But then as
Mhm.
the game gets more intense, it feels the opposite of that. It feels like everyone's turn is 7 or 8 cards, and it's some sick combo that chains together.
Mhm.
And basically what I'm saying is I think we can replicate that Snap feeling of most turns you just play one card, but
Yeah,
we
I like
don't
that
have to. But like
personally.
Snap, you can play more. Now, the reason that and the reason that Hearthstone and Snap have this, and Hearthstone has a similar thing where you often play one card. The reason
Mhm.
they have this growing mana curve is for like deck balancing reasons, and their deck builder at the moment looks very different to ours because your restrictions of what cards you put into your deck are very high. You can fill your deck with one cost cards in Snap, and you've probably done that, like when chasing a challenge or
Right.
something.
Yeah.
But to make an effective deck, you want an effective curve, and this becomes like a metagame problem. And in Snap, you can only have one copy of any one card, and blah blah blah. So basically, they put these restrictions in, and it might make the deck building more fun. Like it absolutely might do that. But for us, I've wondered since the start, since the game existed only in our heads, was like if you didn't have a mana curve, can it still be like an engaging deck builder? Like you'd be setting your own like combos, right? You'd be like,
Right.
okay, I can't have too many defense cards or I will never kill him. I can't have too many attack cards or he'll kill me instantly. I still need some draw because if you have too many action cards, you don't have the draw to sustain it, and so on. That's my theory: is that you can still build an interesting deck builder. But it leaves us with this problem for now, which is you often have one action left. That's the default. And then just occasionally you end up with more than one action.
Yeah. How?
If you're drawing right now, by the way, we can't see.
I'm not. I'm just sitting on our sword page here, and looking at things on my phone for visual inspiration. Not inspiration. Again, trying to find, hey, how did they do it? How did this other
Yeah.
game handle something like this? So that's interesting. I was just listening mostly to what you were saying and trying to think about what that should and could look like. Um, so if if you do something simple, right? Like, so if we stick to the same general whatever as how we handle our HP at the moment, where it is okay,
Yeah.
it's a symbol and there's a number, and then in the tutorial you just explain, and here's what that represents. Here's what this means. Um, okay, easy enough. Then if it says, oh, you only have one action, or if you have multiple cards in your deck, that it's like, there could be, if we wanted to take this route, where okay, say in your deck you have some action cards that are like, okay, I have my sword and I know that it does 2 damage or whatever. Um we could build it in a way to where, like, okay, you get one action, but then you have like passive things that you can do. So you can, like, oh, you can also burn this potion card. You can also use this bandage card during a turn to like heal yourself. Kind of like how Magic has, where it's like, okay, you have like your main turn, but then you have like your upkeep turn and stuff like that. Something similarly, but instead of being
Yeah.
sectioned
See,
off into that, it'd be like, oh, I
I
can
I think
one
it's
action and I know I
I do
can
think it's
heal,
cool.
and that consists of like a turn.
I do think it's cool, but I think it's I got a few problems with it. So my
Yeah,
first
please.
problem is I don't think I think for now we don't want to be like shifting mechanics to fix what are like UI problems,
Yeah,
because if we're confident in our mechanics, then we make the UI fit. And
right.
if the mechanics are crap, we should absolutely change them. Like playing this, we could be like, the turns are shit. There's nothing to do. You do one card, you end your turn. It's rubbish. That could
Yeah,
absolutely be true, and then we should change it. So that's my hesitation of like changing the game to fit um, to the UI problems that we'll have. And then my
sure.
other thing is that if we have like these passives or these like sub actions where they're not a full action, but it's a some cards are free as an example, or some cards have a
Right.
thing that they do after your. I think if you introduce those things, you add quite a few levels of complexity for the player without
Right.
adding any additional strategy. And
Yeah,
I'd much rather add little additional complexity, but much more additional strategy, which I think
definitely.
I feel like we can do with the current system, rather than
So how?
Magic does it very. Magic has like infinite layers of complexity, right? Where all the cards can have completely unique actions within themselves that you can activate inside and outside your turn. And sometimes this ends up with like a super strategic dance, which is super cool. But a lot of the time, it's just like for less skilled players, it's like, oh fuck, I forgot to tap my thing, which means I didn't get the thing, which means I did a lot less on that turn than I could have.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
I don't really think that's fun.
I
It's just how
absolutely see
Magic
that.
ended
Yeah,
up.
where it's like, oh, unless you get it, then you're automatically like at a disadvantage. And
Yeah.
that I agree. I would like to steer away from that as much as possible too. So then, okay, how would we implement that then? As thinking from a UI standpoint. Like, so if it's because if you just have like a counter of some sort or whatever, of like, okay, here are the actions that you can do at any given time. Is it just like a constant like sliding scale from turn to turn of like, okay, you could, depending on what cards are in your hand, have, X amount of actions, but then the next turn you only have, a different number. Is that kind of how it would work, or would
No, you always have one.
you always
Right.
have one?
You
I
always
think I
start with
am
one,
thrown
and
off
you can.
by something you said where you're like, oh, but then it could change to where you could have more than one. Uh,
Oh,
so
sorry. Yeah. That's my bad. So really, what's happening? Of course, I've brought out the best possible. Um,
it works. Hey,
you are
don't
to.
don't
Yeah,
knock
yeah,
it.
yeah. Especially don't attack the OG. You know,
Yeah, exactly. You're
if
gonna
you're
come
gonna
for the
come for
king.
someone big. Yeah, yeah. Honestly, don't come for the king. Um, okay, so there's my cards. And for argument's sake, there's a big old end turn button here. Yeah,
Mhm.
this thing ends turn. So what I'm thinking is your turn begins, and you've got a diamond of energy here. And it doesn't even need to say that there's one. It just appears on your turn, and it's like a really vibrant blue, like this. And then when you spend that turn, it goes to like a grey, and the end turn button uh, comes online, clearly becomes much more visible,
Yeah.
and is like, fucking click me because you can't do anything
You
else.
can't do anything else. You have
Um,
no other options.
you,
Perfect.
you're
I
done.
like
Click
that.
me, right?
Yeah.
I think that's very normal. That's how most games would cover this. And then the
Right.
advantage of this is occasionally you'll play a card like this one, and this thing will be like dagger, which I'm confident does this, but I still really should check. And what dagger will do is it does damage to the enemy, but it gives you one of these blue gems. So
Okay.
you'll watch that. What in a perfect world, what happens is that blue gem goes out, and then you watch the dagger refill it. You watch the
Yeah.
dagger go, swoop, and it comes back, and you don't get interrupted. You can just go dagger, dagger, dagger. That's fine.
Yeah.
Um, but and then the alternative is if you have, another advantage is that if you play a tome or something, which gives you multiple of these, a second one can appear. Right, a second one
Okay.
can
That makes
appear
sense.
up here, and
Perfect.
they can kind of go up the side of the screen. But we're basically saying that you'll almost never have three of these. You'll pretty
Right.
much always have one or zero. Occasionally, you'll have two. Very
Perfect. That
occasionally,
makes
you'll have
sense.
three, and they would grow up the side of the screen or something or similar. Like they don't have that doesn't have to be how it works. Um,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
the alternative to this, if we preferred, is you could just stick a big old. I guess this needs to be blue, really. White, fine, no problem. 100. Oh, see, a little slightly too big. Yeah, you could just put a number in here. You could just say one most of the time,
Yeah.
and then it can go to zero when you use it, and it can go to three when you use too many. Um, if you handled it exactly the same as shield and health, that's how it would work. But
Yeah.
I think that this is a bit
I think it's
nicer
fun.
and a little bit more intuitive.
Yeah, I would agree.
Um,
Yeah, that I like that. And
uh,
that perfectly helps clarify that. So that is good. That is I like it. I like it a lot. Um cool. Yeah, I can do that. Mm-mm.
I'm an idiot. Fuck me sideways.
What
I
happened?
lost sleep. No, I just completely. I was searching for a bug, and it turns out I just can't read.
Hey, that's always nice, right? When it's like, oh, the problem is just me. It's just I can't read,
Uh,
and
that's, uh,
that's the biggest
yeah,
problem here.
I, I've been doing this long enough to realize the problem's always me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the
You and me
machine does
both.
exactly what I ask it to do, and
Yeah.
I often ask it to do the wrong thing, and then I'm like, "Why are you doing that thing?"
Why are you doing this thing,
Spoiler
even though I
alert.
keep telling you to do that exact thing that you're doing? You're listening to me, but why are you not doing the thing I'm trying to get? Because I'm telling you to do something wrong. Yeah, I absolutely understand that.
Yeah.
Very annoying. I need to. One thing I need to do also is, um, the little like defense counter, uh, thing that the asset that I sent over, like the little blue shield. I need to actually like do that. Because that was very, very much like, okay, here it is. Here's something to use. In the meantime, kind of thing. But I need to remember that that is still on the to-do list of just stuff to circle back to at any given time. Cool.
Yeah, I've used it. You can see here, I've used it in the
Yeah, that
as it
that
currently
little
sits.
guy.
But
Yeah, I need to actually
yeah,
do do that. Uh
on a shape size level, I don't dislike it. I think it's fine. Or
okay.
colors wise, I wonder if it's
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I agree. Yeah, there's definitely something better and more interesting, and actually, something that kind of uh yeah, that is very, very intentionally meant to be a
I saw it was called like definitely temp, something like that.
yeah. It is absolutely a placeholder. Uh Circle back to it at some point in time.
Do you want to open up the solo stream quick? I'm gonna
Yeah, of
be like 1
course.
minute.
Uh Here
I'm
we
still
go.
terrified of that now.
Yeah. No, you're good. Let me know when you're back. Uh so here we go, I guess. I hate this program. I It's been a minute since I've said it. I've gone all stream without saying it, but there's just so much stuff that is absolutely horrendous about the UI for it. Um so I'm trying to reuse just this same file each time and save it out as something new. Um but they don't want to make it easy to where I can just select a handful of layers and then just delete them. Like you can in literally any other drawing software. For some reason here in Adobe Fresco, you gotta earn that that struggle and suffer through it, and you have to do everything one at a time, one by one, and it is overly tedious for no good reason. Um, I don't remember how we did. How do we want to do this? How do we want to approach this? So, um, just to take a look, this is our current HP counter design that we were going with. This little heart, uh, whatever you want to call it, like a ornamental container or whatever, maybe like a little pendant or something like that, um, with a little gold frame around it, and your HP number will change as you take damage or as you heal yourself. For something like this, and um I mean for everything we've been operating within the same rule set, the same art direction where uh everything has thick black outlines and then interior details are slightly thinner, just to add a little bit of kind of like contrast and visual weight. Um, this guy though, for our gem, I think it could be cool to kind of approach it a few different ways. Maybe something like this. We don't really see the lines, and it's just very painterly. Um, maybe that could be interesting. Or hey, maybe we handle it the same way we handle everything else, and uh, kind of do our exterior lines in one kind of uh in one line way, and then spice things up for a second uh exterior detail. um I think that could be fun. It stays consistent, keeps things on brand, but in a way that makes sense. We could do something like this, right? Like something a little bit more organic looking for our like default gem shape, or we could go more of like your stereotypical like default, like, oh, it is like a diamond type shape where we just stick to something very easily identifiable. Obviously better than this, to where it's more symmetrical or whatever, but kind of your more typical like playing card style diamond. Oh, that is incredibly annoying. I think I like the like more organic kind of shape a little bit better. um I've changed my mind. I started trying to open Photoshop to bounce over there to draw for a minute, but I immediately decided I don't want to do that. Just want to mess around, continue to mess around in here. um let's see, let's come up with something a little bit more. I still want it to read as like diamond, but I do want it to be like organic, uh like a you know an actual gem that you might find. I think that that could be cool. Maybe I should make it a little bit more rigid intentionally. So like sharper edges instead of more round kind of vibes. Let's see. Did we're done with that, so we're going to turn this layer off and then duplicate this thing.
I'm back.
Alrighty.
When I say I'm back, can the stream hear or just you?
It is everyone. Everyone. Wait, that is a great question actually.
I'm only curious.
Let me find out real quick. Let me do back to this. I could change it to where it is just me.
No, it's
I would
fine.
just have to mute the Discord audio on that one specific
I'm
window or whatever.
I'm I'm chill with it. I think it's good. I was just curious.
Yeah.
I was about to start revealing my secrets of my life to you. Good job I didn't.
Yeah, hey, I thankfully
Had to get
you
beat.
didn't. Hey, that's actually kind of cool. Just offset it like that. Um oh shit, did I No, we're good. What layer is this on? There we go. So now I'm gonna make this my new rough, and this is kind of in general like my default process when making anything is how many times can I redraw the same thing? But specifically with which I mean, isn't that kind of like the the definition of like insanity? Like how many times can I do the exact same thing with, and still expect like a different outcome? Um but the thing is, I know that I am specifically changing things each time. Each time I like go through and redo something and take another pass at it, I'm intentionally, you know, changing it piece by piece. Um I don't like that. Those little bottom things I just did. So we will be uh revisiting that in a second. Um but yeah, kind of just trying things again and again until I like get to something that I think is maybe more interesting. I also don't like this. I know I had just said like 2 minutes ago, like maybe I should try something more angular and more, you know, kind of geometric. And then I immediately went and added a bunch of like, squiggly bits, uh, in a very kind of like soft cloud like way. And then I was wondering why I didn't really like it. Um, everyone.
He was replying to me when I said, "Who can hear me?"
Oh, everyone, I understand. I'm just late. I don't know how much I like this, if at all. Um, for like gem shape. Without, I mean, obviously with color it'll look different, and without like interior details or whatever of like all of the, different planes of shiny rock. Um, so like, okay, could do something like this where, um,
I hope you know it doesn't have to be a gem. If you thought that
it
was a
doesn't
cooler
have
thing.
to be. I do think it could be cool, and I do kind of like that. Also, like, it's one of those things too where it's like, I feel like this is maybe that's a bad thing. That if it's like, oh yeah, this is what's expected of this thing, like this is kind of like the default standard. Maybe we shouldn't do that, but also maybe we should. Like, well, it's easily identifiable. People kind of will know, like, oh, I get it. This is my mana counter, or my, whatever we want to categorize it as. Um, we could do something, like type of thing, where it's like gem. Also, maybe there is a more interesting thing that we want to do. And so this is kind of uh might not make sense for stream without much context, but we were talking, Darren and I, the other day, yesterday, Monday, I don't know, sometime this week.
At some point, yeah.
At one point in time, we had a conversation of like discussing world building and narrative elements, and how, for me and for like the part of this that I'm uh trying to, for the problems I'm trying to solve at any given time, um that is a huge element of this. And that might sound like an obvious thing, like, oh, who knew that, like, any kind of like story thing would be important for making a game. um but I think that when it comes to stuff like that, um it definitely helps, because if we, and again, trying to like vague post a little bit here, just our conversation the other day of like, okay, well, what do we want this like theming to be necessarily, and like what does that look like, and what does it mean for our game specifically? Like, what is the world that we're trying to build? And um I think that this sounds like a delusional ramble, and very possibly is. But when you said like, oh well, it doesn't have to be a gem, um, that to me is like, that's like kind of, well, a gem works for now. I think, again, if we decide we want to switch it and we change it out later on, cool. I think that the later we get and the more like of that kind of world creation and building, and the more that gets fleshed out, I think that there absolutely could be like maybe not a better thing, but like, oh, this would be like a cooler way to represent how we show this. Like instead of a gem, maybe it's something that's, more like world accurate to whatever it is that we've established. Um
Mm.
does that make sense? At all?
It, it does, yeah.
Okay. So
This is kind of what I was. It's the opposite angle of what I was saying earlier, but we said the same thing, which is just like stressing over things like this at this point, acting like we're going to nail it and never change it is
yeah,
deluded.
it
Like we
is
just have
very
to push
much
on
like
and
one of
let.
those problems that it's like, well, what are the most important issues that need to be resolved first? And before like anything really, it's okay, what is this fun to play? How do we what are the play mechanics that make this fun? And then, then you can embellish and elaborate and, get into all of that kind of stuff. Um for forever and ever, and it only adds to it without like, you know you've already established like how to make it fun. It doesn't take anything away from the main like play loop or anything, but it'll only add to like that, whatever you want to call it, if you want to say immersion or just like, you know what makes this game fun and unique and gives it its own voice. Then uh you can only, again, like, really go up from that point, kind of thing.
Mm,
But it can take a minute sometimes to, you know get carried away of, oh, but this thing would be cool, maybe we should be working on this idea, or like how to represent this thing visually or whatever, before it's like, oh, I don't know that that actually matters at this point. Like, there's other more important uh issues that we should probably tackle before we even resolve that one thing.
yeah.
I know it is getting a bit later for you. What time do you have to take off tonight? I know it's kind of getting to that time.
Uh, no, about half an hour, hour and a half.
Okay,
Um,
cool,
yeah, no big rush, but some point.
good.
You've inadvertently solved a lot of my problems by having a font that only has capital letters.
You said I did solve a lot of problems by doing that.
Yeah, without knowing it.
Yeah,
Yeah, it just occurred to me that, yeah, I normally have a bunch of capitalization related problems.
yeah.
Um,
I I
and now I
tend
don't.
to do
I
that.
just, boom, showed that.
To where it should be whether you're typing, all caps or all lowercase or whatever, it should
It's the same.
be the same thing. I try and do that intentionally. Just for most of the stuff that I know I'm going to be making and stuff just cuz exactly, it makes it easier. It just takes away a bunch of the headache. Um and yeah, it works.
Mm. Oh, damn. Okay, so most of the new layout is done.
Nice.
Crypt, find a skeleton. The skeleton.
Oh, that's cool. And nice.
On my to-do list. In here, new combat layout. This is partially done. Combat clarity around what happens. So that's definitely not done. That's fun, but that's going to be an endless problem, I think. But there's huge strides we can make, making it clear what happens.
Yeah. Is there other than this like turn marker or not? I guess that is what it is. Is there anything
Mana.
yeah, else that's missing from me at this moment that would directly impact that or like help solve anything? Uh
No, I don't think
okay.
so. We're going to want to iterate on this screen forever, I'm sure
Oh, I'm
of
sure.
it.
Yeah.
But but in terms of anything missing, I don't think so.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I feel like that is going to be one of many things that is just we're constantly circling back to right up until it's live.
Yeah. I wonder if you can see this massive fly on camera. Yeah, you can.
What is it?
Nice. There's a delay in stream. There was a huge fly flew in my room. It flew right past the webcam. And then I got to watch on stream as it flew past. I was like, it's big enough that the camera will pick it up, and it was massive.
Get out of here. This isn't your channel.
Three-way split stream fly cam.
Oh god. We can't handle that much power. We're already at our at our limit. Uh maybe. Who knows? I mean, hey, maybe that fly's got some good ideas that we're really missing out on.
It's possible. Okay, I'm gonna stop more cheating in the fight view because I think a big part of this whole it needs to be playable is that it's so easy to cheat. I
Right.
just never end up actually fighting them. I just always am like, I'll just cheat my way through to test my thing,
Yeah, of course.
um, which is fine. Like I can toggle on a god mode. I'm not necessarily against that.
Yeah.
But I need to have toggle it on. I need to not just by default just cheat my way through every fight. Yeah. Ooh. What did I? I think the fucking skeleton just killed you in like 2 hits. Did I change something? The fuck?
He's
Yeah.
learning.
There's
He's
He is.
adapting.
Look, this is the skeleton's first turn. He uses dagger, then dagger, then dagger, then coin, then life tap, then dagger, then short sword.
See, I think this could be a big thing where it's like, yeah, we should definitely like build in turn caps at some point. Like there's only so many actions of like, hey, you only get one action. Like you can't just I
Nah,
don't
this
know.
guy's deck's he's popping off. He's
It
popping off. Let
is.
him pop off. His deck might be a bit strong though, maybe.
Yeah, he's and that hey,
It took me
that's the
down.
very first guy.
No, this is skeleton. He's the second dungeon.
Oh, okay. So it's okay if he just absolutely destroys you. He's the second guy.
Yeah,
Yeah, get
get
good.
good. Get good. Okay, right. Second turn, see if he kills me. Yeah, dead. It doesn't even tell me what he does. It just kills me.
I like
It's
that.
probably the same turn. Probably same turn again. Chad. Okay. Yikes. Invalid array length. Okay. I'm an idiot. I see. That's always handy to know. So if it's that is greater than 0.
So I'm gonna roll with this for the. Wait. This.
Credit. I really need to build a good deck. I guess this is really nice to help me learn how it feels to get smashed. Play a selected card. Yeah, there we go. Right. Okay. I think I may have just stopped cheating. Yeah. No cheating allowed. Great. Wonderful. Fantastic. No more cheating.
How am I gonna win now?
Honestly, how am I going to win? The deck I've been using for so
The
long.
skeleton is
Job.
beating our ass right now.
I think my deck is all the worst cards I could put into a 12 card deck.
Nice. Hey, it's nice to test the things that we want to find out early. What won't work?
There's a card called Coin, which gives you an action, but that's all it does, and it takes an action to play, so it
Yeah.
does nothing.
Yeah.
It does absolutely nothing. At least the other, which one is it? Check in the armory. Can I click them up here? No. Let me take them all out. Is it Ring? Yeah. Ring in theory serves a purpose. Ring just draws one card.
Okay.
How do you know? Even Ring's terrible. You just wasted a turn to replace the card.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a
Bad
good
cards are
point.
bad.
Our darkest values too dark on that. Liked it. I think it's too high contrast that it pops more than yeah.
Even the fucking goblin knocks me out of this deck. This deck is awful. This deck is actually awful. It doesn't help that whenever I build new cards, I don't actually get them.
They don't actually get them. So like they don't just
No,
go to your
yeah,
deck. Anything?
there's some bug where building new cards just steals my resources. It's
It
just like, yeah,
doesn't do
hey.
anything. They're like,
No,
we
it's like,
got you.
yeah, you got your new card. And I'm like, oh, cool. I go to use it. It's not there. It doesn't exist.
That's fun.
Yeah, very fun. That's one word for it. Who built this broken piece of shit? That's what I want to know.
Hope you like it.
Oh, loads of those. Why can't I build any good cards? What don't I have?
Yeah.
I need to kill fucking goblins, and I've got nothing to kill goblins with. They're too tough, even for me. Let's try and kill this goblin. I'm honestly getting trounced by this goblin. I'm so totally not having a good time. Let me kill him. Who built this
He's not
garbage
having it.
game? His deck's so much better than mine. Yikes. Right, let me restart this game and clear my deck. And
Let me try again.
no, I already tried 3 times and he whooped me each time. God, making it so you can't cheat was probably the best and worst thing I could have done.
Yeah,
Right, clear the
exactly.
data. Cards. Okay. So previously I just built it using these 4 at the bottom, which are awful. So I need some twos. Can't start the play with less grey. So bandage is reasonable. And a short sword is reasonable. As is a bandolier. Oh, see, they're quite good, actually. Coin, awful. Ring, awful. Salve, awful. Club, pretty awful. But I'll take 2 of them. Shield, I'll take 2 of as well. So 2 of those. 2 of those. 2 of those. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Fine, I'll take 2 more clubs. Then head to town. Then hit the armory.
Oh, that was something I meant to ask earlier too, was well, you had talked about the armory and the blacksmith, and
Mm.
I understand. So obviously, the armory, you go to either craft armor or something like that. Then the blacksmith, you go and craft weapons. Um, or
No.
okay.
So the so the problem we have, and I was going to restart the count anyway. So, like, I'm just saying, any second now, I'm going to say the word. The, the pro- before you started speaking, I was literally about to bring up a completely different issue that is also relevant. And that's now gone from my head. So that's maybe a good thing.
Perfect. I'm glad I could do that for you.
Great. Yeah. So the the armory is meant to be where you build your decks, and by that I mean where
Okay.
you choose the cards that you're taking with
Right.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can have 1,000 cards, but your
Mhm.
deck can only be 12.
Right.
That's where that happens. And you
Okay.
can see here, can look at the card. It's a bit bigger. I can look at the card and I can see what they do. And I can see that, bandage heals in action. Short sword does 2 damage. Bandolier draws 2 cards. Great. And I can put these in a deck like this. And then that will be the cards I take with me, in theory. Okay.
Mhm.
That's all fine. That's what armory is supposed to do. And then
Okay.
blacksmith is supposed to be where you craft your cards. So I can
Okay.
see to get an animated shield, I need 1 goblin bone, 1 necromancer's gem, and 1 quill. I don't have those things, so I can't build it. A dagger, I would need an iron bar. So I think now if I go and smash up a goblin, which I should be capable of doing now, he says optimistically.
Just gets one shot.
No, the goblin can't
Immediately.
one-shot me.
Immediately knocked out.
Boom, goblin's dead. Take the bone. Glorious. A bone to my name. Okay, I'm going to try it against the boss, but I will probably die. I'll just say that off the bat. Oh, I think I could beat. Maybe. God. Oh, far too long this one. Because I don't want to use any of my garbage cards.
One way to fix that is just don't make any garbage cards. They're just oops all bangers, and you're gonna have fun no matter what. Might be crazy unbalanced, but so far, it seems like skeletons are just gonna
Something's
beat the
gone
shit
wrong with
out of
this
you no
guy's
matter what.
shield.
Yeah.
No, this guy's the goblin boss, and I've got him. I got him dead to rights. It's going to take a little while.
Nice.
Play it safe. There we go. Goblin bow as well. Open the chest. Boom. Right. Max of town. Blacksmith. Here we go. So now I can craft these cards. Okay. So I don't own club, salve, ring, coin. Turns out they're garbage, so I probably shouldn't let the player craft them, as it's basically theft. Honestly, it is theft. But in theory, that's what I need the 2 for. I need armory, so I can choose what cards I'm taking, and then I need blacksmith, so I can build the cards that I want. And the reason you don't want to combine them, or we think we don't want to combine them, is because there's so much going on this screen anyway, right? So I want my deck name. I want to know what cards are in the slots for that deck. I want to be able to look at a card, see how good it is, decide whether I'm adding it or not, see how many I have, see how many is available to go into the deck.
Yeah.
Whereas with a blacksmith, I want to see the cards that I currently own, the cards that I can currently build, and then when I click on a card, I want to know what it requires to build it, and do I have them all?
Yeah.
So they have some different requirements,
That makes sense.
but the confusing thing is 100% is that armory, blacksmith, which one of those in your head is going to line up with which thing is going to be
Right.
annoying.
Yeah.
People are going to go endlessly to the wrong one.
Yeah. I think anything that we can do just by design on our end to alleviate that is obviously going to be the better, right? Like we don't want to allow for that confusion, I think. Um is
Yeah, one thing I thought was, and this is maybe a great solution for now, is that it could say armory, and then below it, it could just say assemble decks, and then blacksmith below it could say craft cards, and
yeah.
bank below it could just say view materials. It's not a great solution, but it
I'm
works
trying
quite
to
well as a
think
stopgap.
because we could do it in a way where here I am like back to add one to the snap counter. Trying to think
That's it.
how does that hand
Reset the count.
it? How does
I'd reset
that
this manually.
how do they handle it? Where uh isn't it isn't it all kind of in one place? I could be wrong about this, but like okay, you can go it's been a minute. I've been out of my snap game is rusty these days. So I've been away for too long to tell. Oh man, new loading screen. Oh, please sign in.
That's
Terrible news. Um, but
so they still have two separate screens for this. Um,
for adding things, and then where's like the? Because I know you can like do like the daily challenges and all that kind of thing to get new cards or whatever. But
yeah, so they have this
mhm,
this view in the middle here. Is where you go to collection
yeah,
and you can view your collection, but you don't actually. I guess technically it's the same view.
because that's what I'm thinking. That okay, say that instead of um armory and workshop cardsmith, I do like cardsmith a lot. I know that was something we had
Oh,
kind of
actually,
thrown out there earlier. Um, so I think that that's a good solution. That Rydog just threw out there is that you can either just separate the names of these two locations even more than armory blacksmith. Like okay, if you explain it, I think it shouldn't be like that crazy or whatever. But I'm very much of the mindset that the more we can do to make it like to just eliminate that being even like an option. We know that we want to include these mechanics, but we don't want you to be confused about wait, where I keep going to the wrong one. Like this is annoying because knowing myself, the third time I make that mistake, I'm closing the game and I'm frustrated. I'm gonna go do something else. Um,
yeah. So
we
I
could
I
have it
like
be like one merchant or like one, location, and then there's just different menus to, navigate those systems within that one building. So like everything related to, card building, card maintenance, you go to the
so
cardsmith.
this is that solution is also my problem with cardsmith. So I like it. I think as the game is right now, it makes a ton of sense. Don't call it blacksmith, call it cardsmith, and that way you're innately going to know that's where you craft your cards,
Hmm.
and you'll figure armory out as a deck builder is fine. That's like it solves itself, right? But we've talked about things like an alchemist and like building your own cards, as in like customizing them and so forth. Now, Marvel Snap doesn't have this problem because you don't choose what cards you get.
Right.
You just get given cards. We
Yeah.
are like crafting cards with resources, and you want to like look at your options, see what the price is, and then pay for them. And you also want to. Oh my god! I clicked on the one broken card. What an idiot. Um, you also want to be able to look at cards you can't afford,
Yeah.
and then really you want to know like
What are
what
the
route it's going to take
resources?
you
Yeah.
to. Yeah, so you need Necromancer's Gem, and then you want to hover over Necromancer's Gem, and it say, "Oh, you need to kill a Necromancer to get this thing."
Right.
You want it to tell you that. That's good news,
Oh,
right?
of
So
course.
I
Yeah.
go to the Cardsmith, I click on animated. I need a Necromancer's Gem and a quill. Really, at this point, I'm going to click on Necromancer's Gem, and it say, go here and do this thing.
Right.
Click on quill, go here and do this thing. Um, I'm happy with Cardsmith for now. I think that solves our problem for now, right? Um, but later, if you have an alchemist, I mean, the problem gets worse, right? If you have an alchemist and a card customizer building that isn't an alchemist, you're going to end up with blacksmiths, alchemists, blah, blah, and they're all going to be like creating cards or customizing cards, but you're going to have to memorize which one's which.
Well, I do
Um,
think. Hmm. Okay, so something we talked about the other day, and I think this was definitely off stream, so um this is new for anyone interested. Something I had thrown out that I really like the idea of. I think that okay, this could be something that you're like I I liked the you had me up until that point, but then I'm gonna have another hot take, and it might be something that you're very against just in general. Um,
Hit me with the hot take.
I
I'm ready.
think that uh, introducing the idea of I don't even remember. I threw out like 100 different names of like, ooh, what about this or this or this or this? But this idea of like this card splicer, this like mad scientist thing that would be one of our vendors that you can go to and say, okay, I've crafted my broadsword and I've also crafted, you know, like zombie arm, and the zombie arm is also like a melee weapon and you can deal damage with it, whatever. But then if you go to this like card splicer mad scientist kind of guy, um you can maybe it's a different kind of like resource gem type thing that you need to unlock to be able to do this. But I think it'd be really cool to have it where you go talk to this guy specifically and you can choose different cards that you want to combine together to then make a third new thing. So it would burn those two cards that you're using in this as the ingredients, but then you would have like a new like uh the zombies I don't know, the zombies arm sword, to where it is like a combination of the two elements to make something new and kind of gives you the best of both of those options. um I think that so this is the maybe hot take part where okay, so if have we could do this is me kind of like throwing stuff out and seeing what sticks like on the fly here a little bit too. So you could have your cardsmith, and that's where you go to craft your cards. You pick up the resources, the drops from the enemies, and you go to the cardsmith, and that's where you know, offer up those ingredients to then make your new cards. Um Maybe uh like deck management could just be handled in like just a different menu. I know like last stream I had thrown up, oh, maybe like our uh we can have like two little icons on screen when you're in the like overworld maps at a time, that like one of them's like a backpack. That's where you can go and kind of like view what resources you have in stock just without having to speak to any vendor. You can just click on this, and this is kind of like your inventory menu. um Maybe there's like part of that there's a submenu within the inventory section or whatever that is dedicated to card or to deck management. And then you could just have like, the second icon in of those two being like a little gear or something, and that's you know, your other settings if you wanted to mess around in there. So then that kind of alleviates having to have like it, because if we do have the card smith and then we have this like splicer mechanic, which I think could be cool and could be a lot of fun. Like that's already two card based specific things, because then, if we add in like another, like, the armory or the blacksmith, or like you were saying, like I think it's a very slippery slope of uh that I think we should try to avoid at any step that we take of just adding things in ec- to intentional, not intentionally, but like that are inherently are going to cause some confusion or whatever of like, oh man, I didn't mean to go to this guy, I meant to go to the other guy. um so if we have like, and I know that that might not make the most sense of like, well, if I go to the card guy to build cards, like, does it really make sense that he would also be like the deck management person? Probably not. But then I think like having it just be kind of separated to be like, oh, maybe it's in like your inventory management menu. And you can just access that anytime you're not like in a dungeon. Um,
But I think Ryder posted a thing that I think I like this idea, and you probably will like it too. But before we get onto that, the problem with having it in like a settings menu that you've always got is if you're
right.
not fighting, you should be in the town or the world.
Yeah.
And if you're in a dungeon, you don't really want to be able to like edit your deck and craft your cards, right? The
Right.
the town is the menu, right?
Yeah.
You check your materials, you craft your cards, you build your decks. It's the
Yeah.
hub. But really, you're right, it could just be a menu. It absolutely could be a menu. It's one of the reasons we don't want to spend too long on it. Is it's like it's immersive, but it's really just a menu.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
You want to be able to flick through it at lightning speed, like muscle memory. Like yeah, like cardsmith, build a card, back to the armory, add it to the deck, add it to this deck as well,
Yeah.
upgrade it, back into the world, fight. You might be in and out of there in a minute because of muscle memory, but that's
Yeah.
okay. Like we're not trying to like we're not
Yeah.
trying
We
to
don't
get
want to
you
slow you
sitting in the
down. We
town
want we
enjoying
want it to
yourself.
be
Yeah,
as streamlined as it can, but within the parameters that we set. But like you said it, and I had said it too. Like, you shouldn't be able to add and edit things while in a dungeon. I think that, you know takes the fun out of it, and doesn't. I don't know. It seems like a kind of like cheap thing, like a cheap fix maybe. To just have it like, oh yeah, you can constantly be editing and adding to your uh deck at any like just mid fight, mid battle. You're like, wait, actually, let me grab this other card real quick. Like that's no fun. Um, yeah, I don't know.
yeah. So did you read Rydog's idea?
I started to, and then I I started talking again. Um,
Cool.
can't
Yeah.
you go with something
So
like
it said you could
Smithing
go.
Hall, which takes you to a set of doors and with a set of options. Oh, nice. Um, I saw like some kind of pop up happen. Set of doors with a set of options, brew potions. Top door says alchemist. I do like that. Yeah, where it's like one central hub, and then you can just go to the specific thing. I do like that a lot, actually. That could be so. Circling back to another thing that you and I had talked about the other day was when trying to when I was sitting down to like jump into some of the maps and stuff like that. Um, being like, oh well, we kind of have some maybe like redundant things where we in our initial like brainstorming thing, and like again like just throwing stuff out there. So and we hadn't, neither of us had really circled back to put any real thought of anything into that since then, since that initial sit down. But um we could, wow, I completely lost my train of thought um while trying to do something in this program. Hold on. it'll it'll come back. um Okay, so one of the options that we had was like a town hall, and we had talked about like, well, what does that, what functionality does that serve if we, if we have this one, but then we also have maybe like three different. I think like on our initial list we had like uh, I don't remember without looking at it exactly, but it was like vendor, merchant, uh, the marketplace. So it was like at the time like kind of a lot of things that said generally the same thing without being like too crazy different mechanically. Um so then
Sorry,
I
fly in
think
my face.
that, wait, what happened?
I just a fly in my face again.
I'm telling you,
It's flight on.
he's very invested. He's a part of the team now. Um so yeah, we absolutely could do that with something like our, how we had like a town hall on the list, like, call it something else or whatever, and then just you know, it is the central like market kind of thing. Where like, okay, you're gonna do multiple card and deck related things all in this one central card
Which
themed
is,
hub.
yeah, I completely agree. Um, but I think everything you do in the town is probably going to be deck and card related.
Oh, sure.
Um,
Yeah.
so the town becomes the smithing hall,
Yeah. That is,
arguably. I think it's okay though. I think in general the for now and maybe forever a
I
good
mean, that
solution
could
is
be.
the brew potions, um, and it should say alchemist,
Mhm.
forge cards, cardsmith, like that. Like we should tell them both things that it does. If they require a separate
Yeah.
UI, which I think things like brewing potions and things like forging cards do.
Yeah,
I just
right.
think that's going to end up. It's going to get complicated enough that you're going to want your own screen for it.
Oh, for
Um,
sure. I agree
uh,
with that.
and then yeah,
Hang on, give
and
me
then you probably,
2
if you've
seconds.
brewed a card, the was
Sorry, hold on, give me 2 seconds.
oh sure, sure, sure.
Sorry, Skelly's freaking out about something, so I was trying to figure out if Morgan was all right or what she was up to. Um so yeah, exactly. One day we'll have that Skelly emote. We just got to get those last 25 followers. Um
I don't make the rules. They're the rules.
yeah,
That's
I'm just
uh,
here. We already have it made and it's great. And if you're in our
it's ready to
Discord,
go.
you can
You can
get all
walk
up in
away.
it and get the early access. We have two different custom emotes over there already, um, which is kind of cool. And whenever we pass this growing phase on Twitch, we'll have those here as well. Um, okay, so yes, I absolutely agree though. I think that it should be, all of those things should be in different like not only like different menus, but like different vendors and stuff, just so it doesn't become uh I mean, it makes sense, right? Like if you're building a card or crafting a potion, like that's two different things. It should look and feel different.
Yeah, if we want it to, and if it needs to, which I think the answer to both will end up being yes.
Yeah, I
Um,
agree.
but it's okay if they don't.
One thing I was thinking
Yeah,
is that okay, so we up to this point, had been saying like, oh yeah, it's like it is the town going to, back and forth between the town hall and the like dungeon area, going back and forth between the two maps. Something you had said a minute ago was okay, well then you're kind of just the whole town becomes this hub, and I think that is another way we could take that, is that okay, so when you're in this um what we have been referring to as the town, it could just be like a like central hub that you're looking for with like uh kind of like I'm trying to think what good game example would be.
well, for me, the biggest part of this, the reason there's a town and a world, is that's how
Mhm.
Monster Hunter does it. And Monster
Yeah.
Hunter, it does feel like a hub. It's not a town.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think the say hub, I guess.
I mean, even like
Um,
something like Destiny does something similar, I guess, where it's like, oh yeah, when you're
yes,
at like your
yes.
home planet or whatever, like it is this kind of like community that you're in, and you talk to like all the different vendors and stuff. Um,
Yes, this is a map, quote
mm,
unquote. This is the gathering hub in Monster Hunter. You run around. You can go to the Steelworks, the Bloody Plaza, the training area, your room, the village. You can go to these things and do this, but it's not like a town per se.
yeah,
It's like,
like
and
it
you're
is like
exactly right,
a
exactly like Destiny. You got to
yeah,
go to the different counters and do the things, but it's just yeah, it's where you go to get your shit done between
right,
fights.
yeah, that is trying to think because okay, obviously like something like that is um attainable with a what am I trying to say? So what is the best bear with me. I'm processing through this thought as I'm trying to figure out how to word this. So, okay, obviously that's a 3D like, third person game. You're
Yep.
it's going to just like automatically be a very different experience than playing like a 2D like deck building kind of dungeon crawler. But there's got to be like this a unique way to incorporate that same feeling within this within these parameters. Um and maybe
Yeah,
we
that's
just
probably true.
haven't stumbled into that yet or haven't like realized that what that might be or what that could look like yet. Um but I think there's got to be like a cool way that we can do it to where we capture that same feeling where it's like okay, whether it is like the town. So something that I have been thinking, and I don't know if we had talked about this or not. Um, I want to say we have, but it's been a minute, so it's worth circling back to. If not, I think that what would be cool, and we had suggested and talked about and all that about there could be like a little like alert like word balloon that pops up above any of the given shops that, either just like shows you an ingredient. Maybe it's like for a card that you've already talked to that vendor about, or maybe you can set it to be like, hey, this is thing that I'm the card that I'm currently working to craft, and this is what I'm working towards. Whatever it might be. Maybe it's like a daily challenges indicator, whatever. Um, so there would be like, some kind of little visual cue that reminds you like, oh yeah, that's what I'm trying to get for that guy, or oh, like that's interesting. Like I wonder what, he has to say. Um Regardless, I think that how I would like to approach any of these vendors and these like shops and whatever is very similarly to how we approach our dungeons, is in that um when you click on like, okay, you click on the bestiary or whatever, you click on the blacksmith, the little house for that vendor, then you're like, you're not just like in a sub menu or something necessarily. It cuts to like, okay, now you are standing in front of that vendor and you're having like a conversation almost with them, where you're now inside of that shop. You're now, the vendor is standing behind the counter, or he's
I,
sitting
lo-
at the
I love
anvil,
that.
or something like that. And that's, again, like where you handle this business or whatever, but it's adding to that level of like immersion of uh you know, it's not just, oh, I'm in some kind of like management menu, but like you're actually talking to this NPC and like talking to this character, and you're inside of the shop now.
Yeah, I love that. I think that's a great idea. We know
So
that you're a big fan of the games that do that kind of thing.
I think it's fun.
Um,
I mean, it seems,
I do.
again, like this might be in uh and please do not ever hesitate to tell me like that's so much extra work, or like that's,
On my end, it's no extra work. On your end, it is a lot of extra work. Or I assume anyway. I don't
I
actually know that
mean,
for sure.
to me it's like, well, I don't know, it's worth it. Like that's cool, and like I am a big fan of stuff like that, where it's like, oh, something so simple, but like, okay, like instead of, oh, I'm here in some kind of sub menu again, and going through whatever, like, yeah, that's fun and it works. It gets, gets the point across, and it gets the job done. But there's a better way to do it, you know, where, we why are you like this happening? We've been going for a good amount of time before Fresco has given us any real issues, and now we're kind of at a very annoying. Hopefully, this should fix it, but I don't know what's going on with it. Um, yeah, I don't know. To me, that's always going to be the most interesting approach. Is like, okay, like whatever. It might take a little bit longer, but also it's still doing the same thing. Why? What am I doing? Oh, I understand what I'm doing wrong. I get it. Solved my own problem. Uh, okay. That's a little bit annoying, I think. I don't know. I think that again, it's worth the extra work to add something like that in there, and like, okay, yeah, it might add some extra tasks onto like the list at any given time, but I think that something like that is makes enough of a difference that it's worth taking the time to do. And uh I think it's definitely worth it. And this is being real annoying. So I'm trying to think, okay, so back to that line of thought that I was having before everything kind of started to fall apart with the program I'm using. I think that uh you can I don't know. I think it's might be worth exploring or taking the time to look into or mess around with. Um the idea of like so like when we're looking at that Monster Hunter map that you just had pulled up. Um and
Hmm.
you can see a map of like the whole town essentially, and you can still take your character and move around the city, walk around, and it's expansive enough to where it's like, okay, well, I am moving from one vendor to another, and it's still like I am having to like walk from shop to shop. um how can you capture that same kind of like feeling in a 2D setting? Because I think that there is like, to elaborate on this thought of like there's got to be a solution that we just haven't thought about yet, because we haven't really like necessarily talked about anything other than this world map thing. But if we did want it to be like, okay, I am, instead of looking at the world map or whatever, like maybe I'm at like this is like the market or whatever we call it, the town hall, the whatever. But then like within that space, instead of looking at it as like an overworld map, within this world you're looking at like all of the different like shops that are inside of this one central thing. And again, like I know that like maybe the map thing is just the simplest way to do it, again, like within the parameters of like, okay, it is like a 2D, like you know first person like experience kind of thing. um so maybe that's maybe that is just the best, like, oh yeah, here it is, this is where all of these shops are located. uh it is it is what it is. um I don't know.
Yeah, I think if you can keep it fluid, so Snap doesn't try and reset the count. Doesn't try and
Yeah.
amuse you. Doesn't try and immerse you. It just lets you do your business quickly, right? It just lets you collect the cards, sort the challenges, build your decks, and get back into playing.
Yeah.
It does that loop very efficiently. It goes for a different kind of fun than what we're proposing here. I think if you can have it immersive and still efficient, I think it's a great idea.
Oh,
I think it's
absolutely.
like,
Yeah.
I think it really. Um, yeah, you get fun for free. You get to feel like you're part of the town for free. I don't think that what we're pitching up here on my screen now of like every building in town has an icon. Then you click on the icon and you get a big menu. Then you come out of that and click on a different building and you get a different menu. I don't think that that is any more immersive than just a menu.
Sure.
Um, so it has a lot of negatives without a lot of advantages. Um, it's a little bit more immersive, but
Well, I do
really,
think
when you
that
go to bank,
a
you
big
want to
part
see a
that
guy.
yeah,
It also allows for huge amounts of world building.
yeah,
You click on the bank, there's a guy at the top of this. So instead of a full screen of a list, you get half a screen of a list,
yep,
or even more. He can be smaller, and he can say something.
yeah,
Text can appear out of like, a speech bubble can appear next to his head, and he can be like, you know, did you manage to clear the crypt yet?
right.
Like we can do that kind of thing, and it will feel so much more immersive than just clicking
Absolutely.
around menus to like build, craft,
Right.
build. Yep. Okay. Build the deck. Right. Go. Fight. Lose. Okay. Fine. Back. Yep. Um.
And I think it does it
Yeah.
in a
Uh,
way that
How
it
you
it
how you keep
doesn't
going on.
um but like you were talking about, like Snap is very good about like that quick rapid hey, I'm doing management and then I'm already back in it. Like it's very intentionally like uh fast moving.
Yes.
I don't know that adding in this kind of like, oh, and then I'm talking to the shopkeep or whatever. I don't think like I think it adds to the immersion, but I don't know that it really takes away anything. Like it might add like, okay, like a couple more seconds to this cuz they might say something, but I think that it adds to it more than it, makes it like annoying or takes away anything.
Have you have you ever played Papers, Please?
Oh, no, I know what you're talking about though. I have not played it though.
Th- this game I find is insane for
Mhm.
discussions like this. Right. The game is
Yeah.
barely a game, and yet it
Mhm.
is incredibly immersive. So I'm just putting some on my screen now. So this isn't even gameplay. I should put gameplay on so that you could really get a feel for this. Oof, ads inside of ads. Gross.
Gotta get that
Um,
ad blocker.
I know, honestly. Yeah, this is how you play the game. You click the thing, the guy comes in, you see the guy, there's a conversation, you drag his documents over, you pull out the stamp. Check the details. Check the details. This is admin, right? The gameplay is doing
Yeah,
someone else's like immigration admin.
yeah.
Anyway, he's gonna whack the stamp out in a minute and he's gonna stamp down. Here we go. Look, he's gonna drag it under, stamp, give it back to him. Oh, he's second guessing it now. Oh no, fine. Gives it to him, sends him on. That's the whole game.
Yeah,
Okay. That is the gameplay. There is no other interaction. Documents, checking, denying. You don't even get to decide what you say. It just does the talking for you.
right.
Um, so it is all about immersion, and it's fully 2D. There's no 3D
Yeah,
animation. There's no running. It's all in on immersion. Um, so yeah. So if done well, no amount of like slowdown or inefficiency is not worth it. As
yeah.
long as you're enjoying what's happening, it's fine.
Yeah, and that is like I guess another thing worth throwing out there just to clarify or specify. I definitely don't think it should be like oh this is now this is now like this crazy RPG where it's like, oh yeah, I can go in and I can respond and like talk and have conversations. Like I don't think that's this. A different game that makes sense, but I think like, just like general text of like, oh, here's like some dialogue options of what, the shopkeeper says. Um but you don't your options are still just, okay, I'm here to do whatever thing it is that I'm here to do, and you just, select that, whether it's crafting or whatever. You just like kind of start, you're into it like immediately, but uh, the guy's gonna have his little thing that he says before you can do any of that. That make sense? Does that sound
Yeah, it makes sense to me. I'm 100% down for it.
Mhm.
Goblin Boss and me are both just building up shield. He's at 18 shield with 1 health. Bastard.
Unstoppable, just an absolute tank.
Did you drop out there?
Me?
Oh, I heard like a weird noise. Like
Oh no, I am here. I
fine.
Yeah,
I'm
I
probably
didn't
just
hear you.
hallucinating.
That's okay. That's to be expected a little bit, right? Um cool. I'm trying to be better about just keeping an eye on the time for our streams here. How are you feeling?
Mm, I'm I'm fine for a little bit longer, but yeah, but just like yeah, it's on me. You shouldn't when it's you and your time, absolutely. But don't watch the time on my account.
I mean, hey, I'm worried. I don't want you to be doing crazy hours or anything. Um, for no good reason.
Fix this crash. Ring refresh. Okay. Capital letter fixed. Excellent. I'm gonna add dev fixed.
Oh, hold on. Let me switch back. Um, edit full screened on yours still. Let me try to this. Should be
Oh,
fine.
gem.
If anything terrible happens and everything explodes, we'll stop. But I think we should be fine. I
The last
shared
few
my.
times you said this, everything's exploded.
Yeah. If I
I
did
can
share
see
my
your,
screen with
I
you.
can see your,
Uh,
I can see your stream screen on
okay.
Twitch, and it's only a few seconds behind.
Okay. So for this, what are your thoughts on this for, again, even if it is something temporary and we end up coming back and changing it for like our like gem styled action counter type thing. Do we like this as a design for the time being, or
Yep. Yeah, I like it.
okay. We could now I want your opinions on color. And obviously this can and might change just depending on, what we end up deciding for our overall UI. It might get shifted around. And that's okay, but we could go, something more like into the green area. We could go like more blue. We could go something completely different with like a pink or a red or like a gold kind of thing. I mean, the possibilities are
Yeah. So,
possibilities.
unfortunately, because it's effectively mana, even if we never
Blue.
call it mana,
Yeah.
yeah, inherently, everyone in the world is going to expect it to be blue
Yeah. I
or
agree.
close to blue. Um,
I think that
and I
that
also think, annoyingly, that means we have to change like the shield to not be
Oh
blue.
yeah, that again, that was temporary, and that was my initial thing of like, okay, we have red HP, what is a secondary thing, or very temporary placeholder.
Mm.
Again, that's I drew that in Photoshop, like so it's completely different, and I know is something that I'm going to be redoing, and I'll probably end up doing that tomorrow, because I know it's come up a few times and it'll take no time at all to
Mm.
do it. Um so instead of going like pure blue, and chat, let me know what you guys think too if you have opinions. I think it would be like like you said, like okay, everyone's going to kind of want inherently like it is mana, it's tied to like blue that's, you know, kind of already been established. I think I would rather either go like one way or the other of like, okay, it's like more of like a bluish green, but still, it's still blue, it's still, you get it, but it's just slightly different. Or the opposite way of like, oh, it's blue, but it's like more purple leaning. Um, so if this is option A, then something like this being option B. More green or more purpley blue? Do you have a preference one way or the other?
I think I like the purpley.
Well,
Oh,
I would agree with that. I purples like we don't have to go too purple. We could like, skew more blue and leave it at something like this. Like yeah, it's still blue, but it's
yeah, that's good.
more purple
Uh,
mixed in than it is green. Um yeah, I think that's fine. And I think instead of doing what I was doing, I might do something simple. I'm still trying to and this is just like to not at you directly, just to anyone listening, but um still trying to find out like how I would like to handle uh anything with this. So in terms of art direction, I mean, and just what are the rules that I want to make to follow at any given step of this, um for what makes our game look like it was made by us and feels like our thing. Because I haven't done highlights specifically on anything yet. But I think for this it would make sense. Like it's a shiny rock, even if it is just used as our like as a counter or like a indicator thing. I think it's still um yeah, I think that that's an important thing to kind of just keep in mind and be thinking about, like, okay, how are different surfaces and different materials handled within this world that we're creating. They're doing that. Wonder if flip it and that. Um, Something weird happened. Is a really unfortunate bummer. But it is what it. I accidentally merged well, not accidentally. I did it intentionally because at the time it made sense, but now I'm realizing I messed up because when I merged some layers too far back ago that I can't just undo it. Um what it did was it converted our vector layer into raster layers, and that's why our line work is looking a little bit fuzzy. Um this might be something that no one really notices, especially at the size and the scale that this specific element would be at. Um, but I'll know, and it won't match with everything else that we've made for the game. So, what that means is I'm going to have to be redoing the line for this thing, and that's kind of annoying. But it's not the end of the world. It's already done, right? The hard part's done. We've already figured it out. Uh, it won't take any real time to do. But no one likes having to redo the same thing more than once. Oh, wait, maybe we do it like that then. Do like that better, actually. Uh, ooh, not at all what we think something like that can just be the solution to it.
Uh, the
Like,
the stream's gone laggy as shit again.
uh-oh. Right, I didn't even notice. Let's see how long it takes for it to start
So
back up.
it's oh,
It is just maybe.
it does not like you streaming to me and the stream at the same time. Does
I know it is crazy how much of a difference it makes. I think it's catching up.
it?
Uh, Good catch though. Thank you for pointing that out. I hadn't been paying attention, and I said I would. um, yeah, it is wild that it makes such a significant difference for something seemingly so small.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, chat. If you're trying to figure out what is going on between choppy stream stuff, that's on me. I was flew too close to the sun and tried to share my screen in Discord and stream at the same time, and I don't know, OBS, Twitch, something was not happy about it. My computer, I don't think it's that. Like, my computer seemingly is fine. Like, it says our stream health is good. Um, but obviously that was not the case. We gotta go on the outside. Um, yeah, it looks better now. I think it got choppy just for a little bit there, but I always
Everything's fine.
forget to turn it off. But it's unfortunate though, because like there are things that I try to like ask you about like in real time where it's like, oh hey, here's this like, color question, like, hey, what are your opinions on this thing? And I'm like, actively moving it around and stuff. Uh that it would be nice to have it to where, you're not entirely just reliant on the having to look at the stream. Usually there's not a whole lot of delay, but usually a couple seconds. Definitely not the end of the world. Um, but it would be nice if everything didn't fall apart. Uh, for trying to keep you informed. And that is so very annoying. Another thing that like drives me nuts about this program is that whatever reason there's no option to like go into settings and adjust or edit any of your like hotkeys for the program, like and every other drawing software on the market has. Like it should not be a big ask to try and get something so simple. Um, but hey, it is apparently, and the hotkey for two different things is the same. Two different tools has the same hotkey, so it's always kind of like a best guess of like, well, no, I don't actually want it to do that one. I want the other one, please. And then not really paying attention because I'm drawing and trying to get something done that it went to the other tool instead of the one that I actually wanted it to. Not ideal. Not not great.
Not 100% ideal, no.
Yeah. Not a great user experience ever using this program.
Idiota. Right, great.
What'd you say?
Sorry, I was discussing with myself.
I like it.
There's an unholy demon noise in my room. In the room
That's
I'm in.
cool.
Like, it sounded like some real fucked up shit. But it was the third member of the stream, the fly,
uh
fl- was
trying
flying
to
in and out
yeah.
of a drink,
Wonderful. Hey, that's
which
good.
like echoed around like wow, 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 wow. Honestly, pretty metal.
Hey, I like it.
Loved it. Contributing. Oh, I just want this thing to work. If it does,
That's me like every day just
sorted.
talking about my brain. Like, please. Please just work. Do your job for once. Never does.
One day.
Um I don't like that that is just hideous. Not changing. Maybe that's better. Better than the other. Good. This.
Excuse me. Yeesh.
Okay. Uh Cool. How are you feeling? I think that might be a good place to wrap up
Yeah, I don't think
stream.
I'm going to fix this thing. I was hoping to fix it and then wrap it up, but I think we wrap up here because this doesn't look like it's going to work.
So, what is it that you're currently trying to fix?
Um, you know those cool new buttons that we have? I'll show
Mm-hmm.
you. Don't take a second to spin up the game. So the cool buttons that have your 9 sliced background on them. Of course, I've broken them completely.
That's always a good thing, you
Of
know.
course, of course. That's a great thing. Anyway, the cool buttons. Um, they don't work when I export. So if I build the game for you, they don't work. This speaks
Okay.
to a larger problem of like how images are imported
Yeah.
is broken, and there's several ways I can fix them. The ideal way of fixing them is to fix it now so that it never breaks again.
Yeah. Of
But I
course.
can fix them individually if I have to. That's what I'm trying to avoid right now.
I
So we'll
understand.
see how that works.
Yeah.
So basically, I exported the game to you and I got a black screen. And now I've given myself a black screen. So I've broken it in the same way.
Hey, at least it's consistent. At least it's broken the same way in different different areas.
Yeah. Should we wrap up there?
How are you feeling? I mean, if you do want to fix it, I mean, we absolutely can stick around. But if you're like, this is a bigger problem than I thought it was going to be, and I
No,
should,
it is. It is.
it
It
is.
is.
Yeah. Well, it's a
Yeah, it is
problem
a
for a
big problem.
different day then, and we'll call it there and wrap things up. And I think it's a good enough, like a good place to stop and call it for the night. Uh, and because that's exactly like kind of what I'm having to do now is because I'm dumb and did something that I exactly what we were talking about earlier. I asked the program to do something specifically, and now that it did what I asked it to do, I'm upset that it resulted in the thing that it it is intended to do. So now because of that, I have to redo
Yeah.
something I've already done. Um, so let's call it there. And I'll get this wrapped up and I'll get this sent over to you in the next couple of minutes. But um, no use looking at me redraw the same line 90 times in a row when uh we already sat through all of that earlier. Um, hey, thank you for hanging out. I'm sure Dare says it to you already, but if he doesn't, I'll say it. I appreciate you coming and hanging out and for all of the good advice and suggestions. It definitely helps, and uh, yeah, it's we appreciate that you are giving us your time and hanging out with us because it means a lot, and we'll we'll keep working and making it uh together. And the further along we get, the more exciting stuff we can actually include for like community members, where
Yeah. Thank you.
you can include things and vote on things and all the fun exciting stuff that you know we're excited about. And we'll get there. But yeah, hey, thank you for hanging out and sticking around. And I finally have all of the annoying stuff that I've been dealing with off stream taken care of and sorted and out of the way. So I'll be back streaming tomorrow with our solo art streams. So if you're around and you want to stop in and hang out, uh, you're always welcome. Um, that's for anyone. That's for anyone listening, and yeah, we'll be back. I'll be back tomorrow. And then same thing as always. Next Wednesday we'll be doing our. Oh wait, actually, hey, no, I won't be streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow's Thursday. Uh, Last time I streamed, we put it in, put it out there just as something to think about, and not something to think about necessarily, but something to I'm trying to remember for my own sanity. I'm not going to be streaming Thursdays. Thursdays are terrible. they're they're the social media upkeep days here at Shadow Vale, where I manage and wrangle everything else. So I get get the YouTube video uploaded. I get any reels or TikToks or anything like that sorted and taken care of. Um, that way it's out of the way, and I can, come back Friday and have a fun art stream, and just setting aside time to intentionally do that kind of thing. Um, so that's my plan. We'll see if I stick to it. Uh, we'll see if I end up streaming tomorrow anyway, since I didn't feel like doing this stuff. I don't think that's the case, because I've made up my mind, but I just keep forgetting that I've said that. Like, oh yeah, this is the plan. So that's the plan. I'll be here Friday. Friday solo art stream. Tomorrow we have the day off to do housekeeping and all that fun extracurricular social media activity. And we'll be back Friday for our solo art stream, and then yeah, go from there. Dare, is there anything you'd like to say to wrap anything up? Any loose ends that you're worried about, or gonna try and tackle next in the next couple days?
No, I don't think so.
Perfect.
Yeah, but thanks everyone for tuning in, and hopefully we'll see you next week.
Yeah.
And hopefully in the middle as well for the art streams.
Exactly. Well, all right. Thanks, guys. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you next time.
Thanks. Bye.